live Monday night edition, showcase edition here in Austin, and we are fired up here for a fantastic game this evening. And, well, we've got a special guest here in the booth, the Big Daddy Chaz. Finally, we've got you with the headset on. You've proven to be a force already before without already being on the show. And we'll see if we can get we got his mic on.
Yes, Mikey, Carolyn, it's great to be back here. Thanks for inviting me to commentate tonight. Should be an awesome time. First time commentating after playing on the stream almost every Monday night for over a year.
And I think awesome. Everybody on the table is glad that you might be sitting out here tonight. So they could probably use a rest from you, Chaz. So you've been out here fierce in the streets, so we're glad to have your point of view and perspective here on the live stream. So let's go ahead, smash that like button for us. Click subscribe. We're at 18,500 subs. Awesome. So we're going to start ourselves off here with a $25 PLO bomb pot. Now, okay, before we kind of get into it again, we've got Bart Hanson joining tonight, Bones, E, Chase is in the house, Sparks. We also have a very special guest here, too, that finished 5th in the 2020 WSOP main event, Tony Wan. Make sure I'm saying his last name right. And a whole host of other characters that you've known and loved here on TCH Live. So, now, before this bomb pot craze started, Chaz, were you a PLO player at all, or was this something you had to learn?
Not at all. These PLO bomb pots have become very standard here in Texas. Typically, we play double board, but the stream, it's only single board. The double boards are actually just like a ton more action. But I think, it's good for the streams. You mix it up every once in a while with these single boards, and we have a good time with it.
Oh, yeah, and we've seen even with the single board, some of these pots get astronomical and just insane. So,
yep.
Right now, Todd Duso.
Looks like Todd just flopped the nuts, and he already has the check mark. There's a few guys here that haven't scanned their hands yet, so there could be some people with some equity. We'll have to see what they have, but Todd for sure has the nuts right now.
Well, he's raising money here for a good cause, and if you want to find the link here to be able to donate to that and check out our Instagram, tch.atx. Currently on a fundraiser right now here for some fallen soldiers we're planning to raise about $15,000 in 30 days in memory of fellow soldiers killed in Somalia, 1993 for the nonprofit organization, the Bob Woodruff Foundation. And, as we get everybody in, we'll try to expound more on that and just show how the heck you can maybe get involved with that. So, all right, well, Todd earning his way here to the cause. As we see everybody in fairly deep here, at least the lowest stack at 5K here in our 10-20 game. Tons of straddles typically. And tons of chat pros. You're all piling on in here for this one. We got Racer Nerd, Mitch, Into Deep in LA. Let's see, who else? Mike Vincent. I'm really looking forward to watching Bart on the felt. JTN checking out in. The usual suspect, Victoria. Say, hey, guys. Hey, Mike and Chaz. Is Derek Sierra Whitener.
What's going on?
What's going on? Our boy Anderson Poker here in the house. So I did get word that there is a $50 Seven-deuce bounty on here for this evening. So just a little extra spice here for your Monday night.
Always love to see the Seven-deuce game. It always brings a little extra added element of strategy. It's always fun to kind of commentate on and think about as you're playing as well.
Well, Bones is going to call out of the big blind here on our first open here by Tony.
Yeah, this is a pretty good board for Tony to see bet on. He's got a pretty big range advantage raising from the position that he did and takes it down pretty easily against Bones, who didn't have anything.
So the guy who finished 5th in the WSOP main event, taking down the first pod here of our cash game action. Go ahead and hit the like and click subscribe. Hey, we're streaming 6 nights a week between us and Dallas. We had the Dallas 250K guaranteed tournament final table last night. We actually had 2 streams running at the same time. We were doing our WPT Steps 1 series. That final table going on at the same time. So got a lot of lucky TCH fans who were able to get 2 shows for the price of 1. So we hope to keep on delivering and keep playing the hits for you. All right, Fred Flintstone here in the mix.
Oh, the Seven-deuce game is on, and he open folds Seven-deuce. Wow.
It may be on next hand.
Yeah, it might not be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're starting. Okay.
We got
Gotcha.
a text from the future, from the past. So at some point, that's when it comes on. So, all right, Sparks coming here with a couple of ladies.
Yeah, and
Here.
Sean raises here in late position with 7-5 suited, and Sparks obviously going to be 3-betting here with queens. We'll see how Sean plays this. I've not seen Sean play before. He bought in super deep. So both these guys are 10K effective. So would expect Sean to at least call here, considering the depth stacks. So, I mean, I think calling's a little better than 4-betting. But we'll see.
All right, Sean is going to take this here post as we go head up. Here we go. Pot of 265 and second pair here for Sean. Neither player with a heart. Presumably one of their chests, but not in their hand. We'll see.
And I think if Sparks had the queen of hearts here, he can consider checking. But I think without the heart, I think you want to bet here. Try and get some hands with some decent amount of equity to fold. But Sean's definitely going to peel here, having flopped a pair.
We'll take one more string here and see if he can maneuver this post. As King of Clubs going to roll off here on the turn is see if this does force Sparks to slow down, or if with this kind of textured board is any like King X of Hearts probably not in his wheelhouse, I would think. So gonna take it down as Sparks has been just crushing the games here the last few weeks. Running good, but I think also playing pretty well, Chaz.
Yeah, for sure. Sparks is a really good player. I've been playing for a very long time, so seasoned vet on the poker scene. So I would expect him to always do well in these type of games.
Boy, we have many chat pros coming on, and let's see, Victoria's here, everyone is here, Racer Nerd, Gary K says, good evening, Mike, sir, fooled a lot, says, Dallas final table was great. Yeah, it was pretty good. Well, what I was able to catch, got our boy Nick from Yuma, Racer Nerd lives his life a quarter of a mile at a time, says, chat, could you get Chaz drunk, please, so we can hear him laugh? I don't think we need to get him drunk to get you laughing, we just, we need all the fine contributions from everybody. And you can hear this man giggle all evening as... All right, Lottie, William Lottie. Checking on our boy Lottie. Tough night of that last Thursday night stream, but we know we'll get back.
Sparks picks up kings, the hand after having queens. And it looks like E decides just to call here in the cutoff.
E has started an awesome fundraiser here, too, as well. We'll get into here shortly, but...
Fred mixing it up there, completing out of the straddle with the Jack-Deuce offsuit. Ooh, interesting flop here.
Open under here for E, bottom pair for Fred Flintstone here with a Chalk-Todd Nuts, Jack-Deuce, and the over pair for Sparks is saying like, I'm glad I moved to Austin, Texas. So I'm about to get action here on this hand as...
Yeah, and Sparks goes half pot here. E can raise, but I think calling's a little bit better. And he does decide to call. And Fred actually may peel one off here with bottom pair, thinking if he turns a jack or a deuce, his hand should be best. And he would be correct. And it looks like he's raising. Wow.
Oh, this is ambitious.
So this is going to get interesting. It's a really small raise. And yeah, Sparks has the decision here. Obviously, it's between call and raise. With E just flat calling behind, I think he's more incentivized to raise. But he also doesn't really know exactly what E has at this point, so raising can be a little risky. But, so yeah, now E is obviously going to be calling here, and we're going to see a really interesting turn card.
Now, maybe we'll get a club here on the turn to maybe make
Club
this thing even
spicy.
more zesty. Well, 10 of hearts is not going to change the dynamics of this hand too much. We'll see.
And looks like Fred is going to continue his story here. And I think we're just going to see two calls here from both Sparks and E. What did he bet here? 500. So it's a pretty small bet relative to the pot size. I think if you're going to be bluffing here, you want to be betting a little bit more. It's kind of tough in Fred's shoes because he's a smaller stack. So if you're betting big, you're going to be committing your entire stack. But again, betting small here is not going to really get anyone to fold very much. And back to Sparks again. Yeah, he can raise again, but decides to just call. And again, this is going to be just an easy call here for E.
Yeah, this is such a weird one from Sparks' perspective because he's just trying to think like, okay, is this 7/8? Is 5/6? Deuce 5? a set, some kind of ace-6 weird combo that might be trying to get feisty. And, well, his problems are solved, as if he didn't like his hand yet, set of kings on the end, and Flintstone going to slow on down, and Sparks here has been living the dream these past couple of weeks here on stream, as now gets the name as price, but unfortunately I don't think he's going to get called off by anybody.
Yeah, and if you're in Sparks' shoes, there's a chance that you would decide to check here, thinking that E could be slow playing a really big hand. But I think it's probably best to go for some value here instead. Wouldn't fault him for checking, though. But we'll see what he decides to do. Looks like he is going to go for a little bit of value. And he should get 2 pretty quick folds here.
Yeah, should be easy peasy lemon squeezy here, as
He does bet really small. Fred could get suspicious. If he does get a call out of Fred here, that bet sizing will have been tremendous from Sparks.
decision back here to Fred Flintstone as more of our chat pros keep piling on in. All right, we'll hold off on the Nick from Yuma extravaganza later on, because do have a legitimate fundraiser here this evening for at Stand for Heroes on Instagram, part of the Bob Woodruff Foundation. They're looking to raise $15,000 in 30 days. So you can check out the specific post linking to the fundraiser on our Instagram, tch.atx. So call by
he
Fred
gets the
Flintstone.
call out of Fred. Unbelievable. Calls him off with bottom pair. And Sparks, I think, gets max value there on the river. Incredible bet sizing there from Sparks. Kind of sensing where both of his opponents are at in the hand.
Well, I imagine Fred Flintstone may just, at some point during the live stream, have a giant dinosaur-sized rib possibly come here to the side of the table, so we hope we don't knock that one over. Just I'm going to have to really dig deep back into my Flintstone references here for you. All right, the hand will go to Sparks. Where is Bart? Bart has just rejoined the table. He just needed to step away quick, presumably to post, but as we do not allow phones at the table, because that's kind of a party foul when it comes to the streaming streets, at least in some places. All right, Alan Piscatello, up TCH Hatters. Boy, we've got a chat pros popping on in.
Sparks races again. Let's see what he has here. Has raised every hand so far.
No kidding. He's getting plenty of pre-notes.
Okay, and Tony picks up ace-queen suited here in the small blind. And does decide to 3-bet it, which I think you should always be doing here with the ace-queen suited.
Yeah, you have as complex of a 3-bet strategy out of the small blind as anybody.
Ooh.
I think that plays these streets. Then I commend you, because you really seem to pick your spots ridiculously well as far as, oh, okay, ace-3 suited. I'm just going to go take this now. So, but here with a legit hand, Tony.
Yeah, and Bart actually folded king-queen of spades there in the big blind. And they're pretty deep, so I mean it's a pretty close one. I can't fault him for folding.
Well, we got action
wow,
here.
look at
Top
this
pair,
flop.
top kicker, king of high diamonds for Sparks.
And Tony is obviously going to be continuing here, and he does down bet a little bit, goes just smaller than 1/3. And yeah, I think we should be seeing just a flat call from Sparks here.
Pot of now 8-10.
And it's almost a coin flip going to the turn, and he gets there.
The nuts.
Wow.
2 pair for Tony.
Wow, and he checks. And obviously, Sparks is going to be betting here, but how much does he bet? This is a really interesting decision. What kind of bet sizing he goes with? Does he decide to go bigger and kind of polarize and say, I have a flush or nothing here? And it looks like he's going for a decent-sized bet here.
He's counting for any of the number of times maybe somebody has an ace-x in the spot, that maybe ace-king perhaps, but it's, if at this point he's really not in any concern to really what his opponent has till we get a river card. And so bet and call.
And he keeps it a little bit smaller than something like a pot-size bet, which is a little bit more polar. With this bet size, he's going to have a ton of value hands. And, wow, deuce here on the river.
There's a check, and back here to Sparks. It gets to yet again name as price. As if he feels like he got called in this spot, I would have to think that he's pinging his opponent on some kind of ace-x range or something here that if he went one more street with it, he can probably get one more, whereas I wouldn't imagine he's any concerned of any 3x, which wouldn't really make any ton of sense based on the kind of hands that you would get out of a 3-betting range out of the small blind. So,
Interesting.
1.2K.
Yeah, and he goes with the size here. We can have a lot of different value hands. He can have, a lot of different 2 pairs, sets, flushes, some random 3s. So, Tony, I mean, this should be pretty much a snap call here from Tony, knowing that he beat a couple value hands, and Sparks is definitely a capable player. So, I think a raise is out of the question. So he should call here pretty quick. Yeah.
There you go,
And
Sparks.
Sparks, wow. Continues the streak, man.
I feel like I have to play the coin sound effect for him just because. I mean, if you run that hot there for a while, you've earned the right to to gain that soundbite here to the arsenal. So, oh my goodness, we have many fine folks checking on in. This is trying to get to Machongo. Just got here, liked already. Now for some good TCH live poker. We had a very entertaining Sunday tournament final table. So, good to see you back in here, buddy. Captain Underpairs, Jai Roberts. I'm amazed at how many people in Texas just hate money. You hate money, Chaz? Do you like money?
Absolutely not.
You
I think
hate
if you
mon-
like money, you come here. I think that's how it works.
Well,
I like money. Yeah. I like money, though. I like money.
yeah, I don't think people hate money. I think they like money. So, all right. People asking about the mask. Again, this is for players, now optional for those who are vaccinated, at least up until, I believe, June 1st or June 15th or so. Yeah. So that is a good development for those. We are, trying to do our due diligence to make sure that, hey, we're all in the clear and we can kind of proceed as normal. I don't really have much else to say on that other than that's the policy, and, I'm glad it's a step in the right direction. People still have the option to wear the mask and exercise extreme caution, as Sean here with the straddle, and is going to get the walk. We'll see how many hands Bart gets on it. I think this is one of his first cash. I mean, I imagine maybe he's played somewhere else, but at least as, on the live stream side of things, one of his first couple back. So welcome back here to the streets of Bart Hanson, guy who actually makes all those awesome YouTube highlight reels that you can check out on our YouTube channel. Go back and watch all the classics. Chaz, do you remember the first time you ever played here on the stream? Because I think it was a 1-3 game, if I recall.
It was the 1-3 game, and I was super nervous to play on stream. But it was an awesome time, man. I think just from that first experience playing on stream, and just want to continue to play more and more and play higher stakes and move up a little bit. And started played the 2-5 for a little bit, but stopped doing that and just exclusively played the 5-5. And then as this turned into 5-10, and it's been awesome, man. I've really enjoyed playing on this stream every week. And
Yeah, I know Bones said it's like one of the highlights of his weeks because it's generally either a really good lineup or a really competitive lineup that, gets to showcase for a lot of these guys what, they work on each and every single day to try to be the best that they can be. So it has built up a lot of really great momentum that I think is, hey, we're really proud of what we've been able to contribute here to the Texas poker scene. So, all right, 7-deuce alert.
Interesting.
$50 bounty on those who will win with the 7-deuce, and Pierre seeing the raise by E and the flat call in between by Todd Duso.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a 3-bet here from Pierre, and it's probably going to be a little bit on the bigger side considering he's out of the blinds here. Yeah, and he makes it pretty big. E with the ace-check offsuit just gives it up pretty quick. And Todd folds quick, and it looks like he's going to take it down with the 7-deuce.
Show it.
Wow.
And that is going to be everybody paying that man his money. The first $50 7-deuce bounty paid off.
Right off the bat. One of the first few hands that the 7-deuce was on, he gets paid off.
Oh boy, we've had actually a really great start here to this live stream right at the very early going. About 500 plus people checking on in. Lost my computer, so now I'm heading back here into the chat street. So Bart said this is his first live cash game in 15 months. But I mean, many of you that came in from the Crush Live call-in show before it, and I think you can still. When you're doing the kind of show he does and you're always breaking down hands, I feel like it's probably easier for somebody like Bart to be able to take 15 months off and then come back in and still be relatively sound of decision making. So we'll see if that is proven right, or anybody going to take advantage now of this double and triple straddle. But it's double out to looks like 50. And yabba dabba do. Here comes friend Flintstone with a raise up to at least 140, it looks like.
Pretty big raise size there.
I'm going to venture a guess Chase is calling with about any two cards here unless we get a re-raise, which we will from Sean.
Interesting. Sean mixing it up here. 9-7 offsuit. 3 bets from the small blind against Fred. A player that has shown that he's willing to mix it up here. And this could get interesting. Based on what he did with the Jack Deuce, I would not expect him to ever fold Queen 10 here. So we should be seeing a flop. Wow, and he's counting out. Okay, he does decide to call. Interesting.
No kidding. He has position on him. He's not particularly deep, especially in relatively to Sean.
Wrong. He's got 2K more.
Okay, he's got about 2K more, so. Oh, right on. So the Deuce 7 ace flop, second pair for Sean. Zilch for Mr. Flintstone.
Yeah, and I like the decision to bet here from Sean. You could rep a lot of aces. Obviously, you have a 7, so you want to push out some cards. For example, Queen 10 that has some equity against your hand. And, yeah, he takes it down pretty easily here against Fred.
We will carry on here as people playing without masks. Great, says Andrew V. Popping on the chat. A good friend feed to Set Media Productions. Andrew Verdeen Poker Vlogs. Boy, this is shaping up to be yet another great week for us here on the Texas poker scene. All right, Gary K., I'm guessing Chaz is ready to get out of the booth and into this game. He's looking a little antsy. He's seen a couple of hands out there, and he's going to be asking, is there a seat open yet here?
Yeah. I'll be playing after the stream, so I'll get my poker fix in. No worries.
Oh, yeah, and that is the one thing. We talk about it a little bit, but it is always after the stream that is the most bonkers from what I've been told, as far as the stacks are deep, the cameras are off, so then that's when the fangs tend to come out.
Yeah, it gets real spicy after the stream sometimes. It's not always the case. Sometimes the stream games do have more action than the after the stream games, but there's some players that refuse to play on stream that come and play after the stream, and it gets just very good. And again, like you said, the
Yeah,
stacks
we're
get
not
super
naming names
deep.
or anything, but it is.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes, yeah. I mean, sometimes it's also, just beneficial to be able to join late, too, and maybe you weren't able to get on the list, so it's just opportunity for somebody to come and play one of the biggest games in town, as Todd do so here with ace-king, Fred Flintstone with ace-7 suited, who has flop top pair with a backdoor flush draw.
Decides to raise. Interesting decision. And he's actually going to get a little bit of value out of this from Todd here. Does not want to go away yet with the ace-king high.
Not going to change much here with a 10 of hearts on the turn. We'll see if Mr. Flintstone decides to fire here as continue with his hand, and we'll draw a quick fold over and out.
Wow, he went big too.
Yeah, we've been like 9 hands here, 10-handed. And Bart Hanson here in the house, Tony Ewan, the 2020 WSOP main event 5th place finisher. Part of that online live hybrid that I can't even remember how long. Was that like January or so, or December? Yeah, I can't keep track of the months or days anymore. It's literally the week that we came back from the shutdown about a year ago. So I was telling Tony last night that I was like, dude, I've done 100. I've done, like, just myself. Carolyn's probably numbers are astronomical at this point, but like 120 episodes, just myself, not including Aaron or Bart's guest appearances or TCH Dallas episodes. So I lost count trying to figure out just how many of these live streams we've done in a year and a half. So it's always fun, always interesting. Some more than others, and these Monday games have been just absolutely terrific. As Sparks can open up to 60 with the mysterious hand as Sparks quickly 3-betting here out of the small blind with Queen Jack off, and
Yeah, and we don't know what Pierre has, but obviously his range is going to be super wide here on the button, being the first one to raise. So Sparks taking advantage of that and 3-betting the Queen Jack offsuit. And flops top pair here. So we have kind of an interesting one, not knowing what Pierre has, but Sparks is going to be c-betting this.
absolutely as bet of 535 will lead to hundo.
Well, Pierre decides to come along. We still don't know what he has.
Yeah,
This is actually going to be an interesting decision here for Sparks if he decides to bet again. I think he will bet again. If he's going to be double barreling, he wants to be telling a pretty believable story, and you want to have some pairs here in your range. But he just decided to check. And the benefit for checking here is you do have some protection here for your checking range. Pierre does decide to bet. And Pierre probably won't have a lot of kings in his range. So
yeah, you think he would maybe float with ace queen or ace king in this spot, king queen.
and Pierre
I
bets
don't know,
pretty
that's-
small here. It's going to be tough for Sparks to fold pretty much anything, and obviously he will not be folding a queen yet.
$5 super chat here from Matt Slaughter. Thank you very much.
I'm 99.9% sure.
Okay.
We never see Pierre's hand.
Okay.
It is queen on the end here.
Okay, we have word that, is it Pierre's hand? Is it misread?
They're both misread.
They're both misread.
They're both
Okay.
I think one of Pierre's cards got read on Chris's scanner.
Okay.
What happened?
Okay. So the hands may be mixed up here. Sparks may not have Queen Jack. Yeah, and it looks like one of the cards that it says Sparks has, Pierre most likely has.
Uh,
I think I'm just based on the result of the hand.
And Pierre's going pretty big here.
he's going to get snapped off, but we'll see.
Well, yeah,
we'll
we
have-
think that Sparks does not have Queen Jack here.
I would venture to
most likely.
guess some kind of maybe ace-queen combo. I mean, it would probably make more sense.
Doesn't have that hand.
Okay, so...
Don't assume he has.
Okay,
Yeah, he
okay,
folds.
okay. I got it backwards because I thought you said Sparks wins the hand because goddamn it, Sparks is winning like every hand. So
I mean, I assumed when I saw it that Sparks was going to win the hand too, but
well, and then the words of computer errors, I do have a soundbite for that.
Computer error.
Computers don't make errors. What they do on purpose.
All right, just need a little Dale Gribble in your life here. All right, Jamin Burton here in the chat after the stream.
They
Games
they
are
didn't show.
normally fire, fire, fire emoji.
okay. Well, this according to the stream, he folded 3 queens.
Okay, maybe he felt like.
Makes 100% more sense. And
He could have possibly thought that he was
he
up.
had a queen.
So he did have a queen. Now that I felt.
So according to them, Sparks had pocket jacks and Pierre had aces.
Okay.
Okay.
We have word that in that hand, Pierre had ace queen and Sparks had pocket jacks. So that makes a lot more sense considering how the hand played out. Yeah, with jacks there, like it's the backdoor flush came in, the queen pairs up, the king's out there. It's a pretty tough spot for Sparks to call, and he did just lay it down. And interesting, Bones mixing it up here. E limps with the 7-6 offsuit, and then Bones raises it up with the jack-6 and gets E to fold. So nice raise there from Bones.
Here we go. Verlin says, "Who won the steps tourney last night? They cut to the Dallas. We didn't cut to it. We still had both of them going on, but there was a 3-way chop. Once we got 3 or 4-way chop, I think. So, Jamin saying this probably won't hit the road till July. And just settling here. So, whenever you are ready to maybe escape from your town and find a vacation. I've been thinking about the word vacation a lot lately once we get to June, but yeah, obviously Austin is a great destination to be able to travel to. Trying to catch up with all you. We get such busy chat nights. I don't want to lose opportunities for great fodder and comedy. But if you want a special shout out that I absolutely will not miss, make sure to hit us up here with a super sticker or super chat. Nick from Yuma, what I want to know is Chaz wearing his crossbody bag while commentating.
No, I took it off for the special occasion. Sitting right next to me.
At Martin Pronk, at TCH Austin, I dislike you because of bad sound. You should have fixed a week ago. Watching the Dallas stream, maybe you learned something. I had to read it in that voice. So, all right, top pair here for Sparks.
It seemed like the appropriate voice to read that in.
It really is my favorite voice. All right, second. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean here, brother.
I think you said last week, not this week.
Who knows?
Who knows? Whatever.
Chat pros come from all directions. Sound pros,
Sparks
financial
raised.
crypto pros, trip nines here for Sparks.
Yeah, Sparks raised it up there with the 9-8 offsuit, and flops top pair turns trips.
Sorry, Victoria here. Can we please get Drunk Bones in the booth later? I will say on that router stream that was already a great Tuesday, and then we get capped off with that game with your commentary that I thought was hilarious. And then we get Bones in there just ready to do battle with anybody. And I don't know if he felt like slightly, I thought it was fine. Like, I didn't really need to think it needed to be taken out, but it was a moment I will remember probably forever.
It was a legendary moment for only a short period of time that lasted because it got deleted. So we will never again get to hear that, unfortunately.
I'm so glad I got to hear it before it got deleted.
Yeah, it was. It was classic.
Yeah.
I think I even said it in the comments afterwards. Like, you tell your children you were around night when drunk Chaz and Bones were chatting on the live stream, because it was unbelievable. All right, raise up by Pierre, call by Todd, so called by Tony. And Fred Flintstone here, the old 9 to 5. We call it the Dan Grimes around this part. You may call it something else. 9s, 9-5, King 10 suited at King Deuce. All your favorite primos is Jack 7-3.
Yeah, pretty non-action flop here. It looks like Pierre does decide to c-bet. It's a pretty loose c-bet going 4 ways here, and he doesn't have many backdoors. I would like it a lot more if there was a diamond out there. But obviously Tony's going to be calling here. So he is going to get somebody to come along. And I guess you can never know with Fred what he's going to do, but he does decide to fold. And we'll see what happens here. I mean, there are a couple turn cards that we could see a bunch of action on 9, for example. And this is actually one of them. If Pierre's going to be c-betting here when he takes it hit Tony pretty hard. And it does go check here. A 9 would be kind of a crazy card, but we do not see a 9. And, yeah, Tony going to go for a little bit of value here.
Let's see if Pierre decides to take any action on this. It's generally a fold in these spots, but every once in a while you find somebody spicy enough to try to river raise. But
yeah,
nonetheless, Scott Anderson, the USB reconnect sound, is the real star of tonight's show. Evan. Also, it's actually so sick of your Windows sounds because of a USB unplugging and plugging back in. It's actually the table connection, so we've been trying to figure out how to put that to a minimum. We do appreciate your feedback, but it is not.
I thought we fixed that.
I thought we did too. We've kind of updated our soundboard here too, and put a bunch of other bells and whistles to try to make this all a functional unit. So. I do appreciate your feedback, even though I'm giving you a smart-ass remark and reading it back. But it is not a cell phone being plugged back in and out. I'll just get that out of the way now.
I feel like I should catch up here on the chat a little bit because people have been talking to me a little bit.
Yeah, we're getting a couple of chats.
CC, BDC the GOAT, go hit the felt. I will be playing after the stream, but just today I will be commentating. Actually, I'll catch up on the chat in a little bit. We're actually gonna have an interesting hand here.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, Sparks.
The chat can wait.
Yeah, Sparks raises it up, gets a call from Chase and E. Obviously, super standard, gonna be 3-betting here with the Ace King. And yeah, back to Sparks here. He's out of position, so he's gonna be more likely to be 4-betting. But we'll see. It kind of depends on how Sparks perceives E. I think if he thinks E has a tighter raising range here, he's just going to be more likely to be flatting, which he does decide to do. Interesting. And yeah, we have an ace here on the flop, so this could go check, bet, full, but we'll see.
Yeah, I imagine this is going to play. I mean, sometimes we'll see on a monotone board. Sometimes you'll see players maybe just take one more street to see what happens. But
Yeah, if you're in Sparks' shoes, you're supposed to always call here with the jacks at least one street and see what happens on the turn. And he does do that, especially for that bet sizing from E.
4-ball here on the turn does absolutely zilch, but E in a more commanding position here at the pot building of 1,200.
Yeah, and E needs to continue to go for value here with the Ace King. And he's doing that. And Sparks is going to be folding here.
Yeah, we'll think it on through, but it's, I mean, your best case scenario is you're up against like somebody trying to bluff with 10s or 8s, which I just don't think E, if he got flat called, would just barrel this unless he maybe had like a king X of hearts kind of combo, or so it does become a relatively simple fold at this point. So
So I'll continue to catch up with the chat here while we're in between hands. Gary K does Chaz have a Snorlax with him? Unfortunately, I lost my Snorlax to Sparks last week, so the Snorlax is no more. Sparks is in possession of the Snorlax, and he's not even displaying it. Look at that. He's got the Pikachu out.
Is that it?
Wait,
there?
Chase has a Snorlax? Oh,
To the
wow,
left
look
on
at that.
On the tip chips there, the $2 tip chips.
Wow, and Chase does have the Snorlax, so it looks like Chase must have won a pot off of Sparks that I didn't know about. Oh, he purchased,
it.
Oh,
He did
wow.
not quite earn it. Fact checker Karen in the
Wow.
loop to be able to keep us up to date on the Pokemon
They're just
travels.
passing it around.
Of Pokemon exchange on the stream yet, so I'm assuming that.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah. Again, $5 red chips, $25 greens.
That's a little disrespectful. I think Chase should give me the option to buy it from him.
No kidding.
I really miss that guy. He was like my spirit animal.
He really is somebody that
feel like
is
we have a lot in
just
common.
zero fucks given.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to win this pot. And
Yeah.
I mean, he's had not fantastic results as of late because I think his
Ooh, look at
style's got
this.
so much variance. But if
Fred.
there's anybody that I enjoy watching and having on the table, I think everybody would agree Chaz is a great guy. But we got aces here for Fred Flintstone, a couple of ones.
Yeah, and a guy that everyone at the table probably saw him playing that Jack Deuce. Yeah, and Bones folds pretty quick. It's really unfortunate for Fred there because people were probably not going to give him a lot of credit there in that spot. And unfortunately for him, everyone just had basically nothing.
Donald Moran, watching from Ireland, getting my fix. Casinos closed here since March of 2020. Man, best wishes. Thank you for watching. Make sure to hit that like button. We're almost over the 100 mark. A special TCH Live 510 edition. Again, we got Todd Dusso here as a special guest as an Army veteran. He's playing to raise $15,000 in 30 days in memory of some fellow soldiers that were killed in Somalia. You can check out the Bob Woodruff Foundation and check out just our post at tch.atx. That will give you a link as to if you would like to specifically donate here to this cause. Check it out. Big Daddy Chaz, regular Daddy Chaz, just Chaz. You can just call him by Chaz as well.
That's fine.
But
That'll work.
it was sort of weird.
That's what
how
people call
this
me most of
all-
my life, so, I'm good with it.
I mean, this is. I'm trying to remember. Did I just coin that, or was it just a group thing?
I think it was a group thing. It was just like one of the first, 5-5 streams that was on here. It just
Yeah.
kind of happened. It was an organic thing, and we just,
Yeah,
I should
you
say,
had,
I
like-
just rolled with it.
You had some lady friends that
Yeah.
were your biggest fans at one point, and it was just like Daddy Chaz. And then I think we just kind of all agreed that, yep, You, sir, have been dubbed.
Yep.
And now it's like a whole character. You got hats
It
and
is.
stuff, and
I go play poker rooms, and they just like shout across the room, "Big Daddy," and that's me now. So it's cool, man.
have you been? Did you go to Florida and people recognized you, or was that not?
It's actually kind of funny because when I play in San Antonio, people will recognize me, and they're pretty like open, like talking to me. But there was a couple times when I was playing in Miami, I would sit down at a table, and like after like an hour or two of playing, they would just like be like, "Oh yeah, I know who you are. Like, oh, you're Big Daddy, aren't you?" So people were like, less willing to admit that they knew who I was
like,
in
"This
Miami for
guy."
some reason.
We got a hand though. Set of sixes here for Sean. Second pair second pair and a straight draw for Flintstone, and Chase is just betting because screw
Wow.
you guys. I'm gonna try to take the pot. Peter Moss checking in the chat. The chat. Peter's been on this stream a few times. Good to see a legend amongst us.
And Sean's got an interesting decision here. I think he should probably be raising. There's just a ton of hands with a lot of equity out there that he can be getting value from, and there's a bunch of really bad turn cards. So I think Sean needs to be raising. I don't think you want to just call because you're afraid of someone having a straight. You want to be going for some value here, and he's reaching for a decent amount of chips here, and that's a big bet. I think it's about a pot-sized bet. Yeah, he bets basically pot here, and Fred, we've seen him mix it up. I would not be afraid if we see at least a call here from Fred. We will see, and he does decide to fold. So Sean, unfortunately for him, does not get any value out of his set. But again, there are some turn cards where he could have lost a bunch of money. So
oh yeah,
takes it down.
this is kind of the dynamic of I think like trying to extract max value, and sometimes when you just get into these boards where it's, although I don't know, not necessarily the long-term EV play, sometimes there is something to just screw you guys, I'm taking the pot here. But with that board in particular too, I think creates some really difficult dynamics in the games like this. And I think it's also like if you do maybe perceive that you've got you don't necessarily have the skill edge that you can try to make some of your decisions simpler, maybe less variance. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud here, but all right, we got a lot of chatters joining on in.
I still have a bunch of chats I got to catch up on.
Yeah, no kidding. Good lord.
Poker Joker, can you shout out Terry Medium Shield? Shout out to Terry Medium Shield.
Go
I don't know
Terry
who that is,
Medium
but there you
Shield.
go.
Woo!
BDC the GOAT at TCH, hands down. Marvick, appreciate you, brother. Chaz is a fish and a nit.
Boy,
Interesting.
Can you be?
It's been a long time since I've been called a nit.
Yeah, I was gonna say you might be a fish. I don't know if everybody ever accused you of being a nit, but
The fish happens pretty often.
yeah,
but
fish.
The nit part, I don't
I
know.
can get somebody just being like, well, that was always the biggest thing. Is like Big Chaz an idiot because it's just like re-raising with a lot of hands, and then I think you quickly put all of those haters. But there's still a few that remain at the church of hating Chaz for some reason.
Sure, that's okay though.
I have my detractors as well, so it's got a lot common. Okay. All right. Top pair, top kicker for Fred Flintstone. Nothing for Sparks.
Ooh, Fred decides to check it back. Kind of interesting. Sparks is just probably never putting another penny into this pot though, especially against Fred.
No, no kidding.
Looks like he's thinking about it. He does decide to go for it. Definitely is not going to work, at least on the turn. Fred's going to be at least calling here.
Here we go.
And Sparks drawing to a chop. And obviously the 8 does not give him any showdown value. He doesn't beat any hands, basically, with that 8. So he's going to have to continue his story here if he wants to win the pot, saying that he has straight or nothing. Sparks does decide to give up here. And we'll see if Fred decides to go for a little bit of value. It is possible that Sparks would value bet some smaller 2 pairs there on the turn. So I think if Fred bets, he needs to bet really small. But we'll see what sizing he goes with. I think it's about half pot. And takes it down.
All right. Hey, friendly reminder, our boy Carlo. Carlo's been in the chat literally, I think, since day one of our streams. So friendly reminder, birthday meetup game on Thursday, 5:20 at TCH Live. So Excellent. Looking forward to that. Our boy Aaron McAvoy hosts our Thursday shows. Again, we stream 6 times a week here between Austin and Dallas, Mondays, Thursdays, and Sundays. And here for Dallas, our bonkers, 10, 25, 50. I mean, last week's was absolutely insane. You missed that one because you were doing other stuff, but I mean, it was absolutely absurd. And then Wednesdays, kind of wild card Wednesdays, Dallas with tournament final tables on Saturday. So everything that the chat pros desire, content streams happening every night a week practically.
I may eventually make an appearance up there on the Dallas stream. I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, that would be.
They play very deep stacked up there, though. It's
does seem a little bit like play
this
money
game
at
is
times.
very big, and that game is 2 or 3 times larger than this game. So that Dallas stream is just crazy.
Yeah, with way crazier variance, I think, at times, too. Because, I mean, you could get a deep game like this, and it's generally on the tougher side. Whereas, I think in that one in particular, there's just, it's a little splashier, a little crazier, a little nuttier at times. But, I mean, if I look at quality of players that tend to be on the stream, like, I still, I think we've seen a lot of very, very strong and good ones. I'm not saying there's not in Dallas, but, there's been so many guys, and probably because my attention is focused here, that you're just so impressed by their ability. So, All right, we've got a bet and a raise here with jacks, but Todd Dusso going to call after Fred Flintstone calls the flop, then raises turn, and now Todd's hand is counterfeit. And we'll see what does is kings and queens with a jack going to be good here? Fred Flintstone is actually going to chop this with jack 10 high. So kings and queens with a jack, I think, is going to be a chop pot.
Yeah, it looks like Fred decided to float there with the jack 10 high. Is it suited? I can't tell. No, not suited.
No, it's all, yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, he floated there with no flush draw backdoors, just kind of saw what would happen on the turn. And, wow, ends up chopping it. So pretty good result there for jack 10, obviously.
Yeah, if you want a special shout-out here this evening, you show your support here with a super sticker or super chat. 955, you find awesome people piling on in. Go ahead, hit that like button for us and click subscribe. Hell yeah, Monday Live Poker, says our boy Ethan. Nathan Vasquez checking on in. Nate the Great, what's going on, brother dude, man? There's a question here for you, Chaz. What was... I'm trying to remember the hand specifically that... Jason LaRoche. Big Daddy Chaz, can you explain your thought process on your 14-ish K call weeks ago on the last hand with, I think, a $1,200 straddle? I'm trying to remember that hand. Was that you or was that... I know Chase put in the straddle, but I can't remember. It might not have been you that won the hand, though.
Are you talking about the hand where Chase strapped for like $1,200?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't in that hand.
Okay.
I actually had a really interesting spot in that hand, though. I had pocket deuces in that hand, and I would have shoved. But, who was the person that was in C10? I forgot his name. The guy who had king jack offsuit. He decided to shove anyway. Matt.
Oh,
decided to shove
yeah.
king jack.
Okay, yeah.
It would have been interesting because my deuces, Chase wanted to run it twice. My deuces would have won both in that spot, too. Chase got pretty unlucky there, losing two run-outs.
All right, we'll carry on here. 6 ways. Jack 9 6s, Jack 10 3s, 5 4, and 7 6.
Interesting.
And trip 4s here for Chase. He's not going to lead into 5 players? Just maybe he's trying to mix things up here.
Yeah, we got some guys with some hands here. Tony with an overpair. I would expect him to continue for that bet sizing from Todd. Bones with 3s with the 3 of clubs. We might see a call out of him. And obviously Chase has trip 4s here. We'll see what Chase does. And it looks like he's reaching for some extra chips. He does raise for a bit of a smaller size. And he gets an immediate call here out of Todd. And Tony getting really good odds here, but in a really tough spot. He's got a pretty bad hand in terms of if you're going to be calling here with 6s, you want your opponents to have some draws that contain a 6 or a 6 of clubs in them, and he blocks both of those, obviously. So kind of a tough spot, but he does decide to come along getting that price. And an innocuous 8 here on the turn, and Chase is going for it. bets 1,200, and Todd here. I think you're in his shoes. You just have to give it up. You have some reverse implied odds here. If Chase does have a better flush draw, or if you're drawing dead against a boat, for example, you just have to give it up. And yeah, Tony has a very easy fold there with sixes, and Chase takes it down.
Takes out the guy who finished 5th in the WSOP main event final table. Oh, okay, Justin LaRoche, I think, is referring to a different hand, which I thought he may have met. It was weeks ago, small blind versus you. In the big blind, a guy shoved with you, and you called with Jack X, and you ran it one time and won. Okay, that was not that hand, but it was still like a $500 straddle though. It was off stream.
Me and Marty?
Yeah, the Mahdi hand where
Off
like,
stream?
Mahdi was seat 1, or seat 10, you were seat 1. He jammed for some ridiculous amount. And you
Oh, you're talking about like weeks ago?
yeah, this is
Oh,
like, this might have been
yeah.
even a month or month and a
That
half.
hand was actually pretty interesting. Yeah, I put on a $1,000 straddle and it was folded to body. He shoved with something 10 high, and in looking, I went and actually looked at the hand on like charts and stuff afterwards. He made the right raise there, shoving all in, and I just looked at a jack. And actually, if you look at the stream, everyone kind of came behind me, and we all just like looked at the jack together and actually thought about it for a little bit. But yeah, whenever I have a jack there, like any jack is actually just a call. So it was actually just because we were 4 big blinds deep, or 4 big blinds deep effective, because Mahdi, I think, started with like 4,000 or something. Like the jack high and the big blind there was just a call. But yeah, that was a crazy hand. It was just like out of nowhere, we have a all in with like jack deuce and like 10-4 offsuit.
Hashtag Texas Poker.
And it was funny. I had my jack showing in that hand, and Mahdi, the board ran out. I think we just ran it once. And the jack high is showing, and Mahdi just goes, "You're good." So I didn't even know what my second card was the whole time.
I think he had like some 10x or something. I don't know what.
He had 10 high. And
Yeah.
so I just had my jack showing the whole time, and all he just said was, "You're good."
All right,
So
we got
it was
Bart.
really
Bart's
interesting.
playing a hand,
Oh,
everyone.
look at this.
Is nothing, but Chase gonna check raise here with top pair backdoor spades. Bart had bet 100 on this with a gutter ball and backdoor spades, and we'll see if he decides to continue with this, knowing that he's got an opponent really deep. There's a lot of cards he can draw into that potentially can earn him a healthy amount, and he will make the call here with
A spade here on the turn would be super interesting.
ace. So top 2 here for Chase.
Yeah, we're going to see a pretty quick fold here from Bart.
It's going to be a bet and a fold, and Chase will take it down as my boy Alec Torelli said in Chips. Chaz, honestly, my favorite TCH player. My dad doesn't even really watch poker, but anytime he watches, he even notices Chaz is always winning.
I wish I was always winning. That'd be pretty sick.
Yeah, that would be. Everybody seems to think like you'd never lose, and like you had like a set of reset hand. I remember early that was just brutal. That like don't get you have to take the same kind of variance everybody else does. So
Yeah, in the long run, basically everyone has the same amount of luck in poker is what I've basically realized. Like everyone is going to have like short sample sizes where they run extremely bad, where they run extremely good. We'll take Sparks, for example. Like Sparks has run extremely hot over the past 3 or 4 streams or so. But everyone's going to have those types of hot streaks. And Sparks is going to have unlucky streaks just like everyone else. So it's not a thing. Like,
yeah, Sparks definitely did not run very great at the beginning times that he was actually playing the stream. So he is
so it's not just
catching
like
the upswing,
and we're just using Sparks as an example. It's like Sparks is like a luckier poker player than everybody else. It's just he's going through a
heater.
He's on a
Calling
heater.
good
Yeah,
old-fashioned
exactly. He's on a
heater.
heater right now. He's not special. You know, he doesn't have like some kind of special ability to unlock.
At least that we know about. There still might be some voodoo arts out there that some people that are in a higher sphere intellectually might be able to access, but I'm putting out a very small percentage of that. All right, we've got a 3-bet pre by Sean. Fred Flintstone looking him up, and a C-bet up to about 200, and a quick bet and fold. Hey, wild thoughts and random actions. How much advance notice needed to get on this game? Well, if you email TCH live list at texascardhouse.com, text 512-843-1971. Generally, like Caroline, how long do you like to at least know? Like a week ahead of time, 2 weeks if you're coming from out of town?
If they're local, just a week. If they're coming from out of town, that's up to a month.
Yeah. If you're local, like a week. If you're coming from out of town, at least like a month's notice, so we can try to prep ahead of time to make sure we can accommodate you into some of these games. Oh boy, this is. I've said it a few times. Hey, Burnell Harrishot, my favorite poker announcer, and a legend, Big Daddy Chaz from Burnell and Michelle in Indianapolis. Can't wait to play the 2-5 for 1,000 total. Hell, mother effing yes. All right, Laker fan here in the chat. Welcome back, Laker fan. All right, Eugene Green. Luck is not evenly distributed. I mean, there's a more maybe nuanced way of putting that, but there is, from probably a theory perspective, I think what you're saying is correct, Chaz. Agree? Yeah. Luck is
Bart
a very
says, if we
difficult
might
thing to
look at this,
quantify that it's just not worth trying to dissect here. And
it looks like maybe there wasn't a straddle on this hand, and we had a raise to 25 and a 3-bet from Bart. Is that right?
it was a $25 straddle. We got a call from
Okay.
Flintstone, a raise by Bart, and now we go 4 ways on the 7-4-4 board. Flintstone here with 6s.
Okay. And I think if it checked a Bart, he may have c-bet here, having some decent backdoor equity. But as it played out, Fred decides to lead out here with the 6s and does take it down.
Mike and Luke, missed my Mondays. Good to hear Mike in the booth. So you guys running Nokia phones as your cameras today? No, that is actually the Kojak stream. So they do run that through a couple of potatoes. Let's see. Hey, Laker fan, what up? Just stopped up before I started my session at Bellagio. GL. Good luck. It seems fine from my perspective. I don't know, maybe they seem to think the cameras are blurry, but like when I'm watching it on my YouTube right now, it seems no different than anybody else or any others.
3, 4, or no. 4, 5, and 6. 3, 4, and 5 are a little. They're always.
Okay, yeah, there may be a camera here or there. Maybe we just got to give a wash.
I don't know.
Matthew Della Camellia. I thought it said Matthew Della Dova for a second. Let's give these guys some likes. They put out great content. Go ahead, smash that. It's going to like brigade here, gang. Big Daddy Chaz, the dude talking here in the house.
Finally got this together, Mikey.
What's that?
We finally commentated together.
It was long overdue. Like
Yeah.
We've had a really good contention of people, I think, that are smart in this community that actually bring you some insight and experience from the felt that I think is actually palatable and usable and you could kind of learn from.
For sure.
But, I mean, maybe we could add fart jokes and that could really elevate our show, but I'm still kind of iffy on that. So, all right, 5 of spades going to turn. Spark's still here with the best of it.
Yeah, and Sparks has had to check back here on the flop with 2 9s. I kind of like it. You know, you always want to protect your checking range a little bit. 9s is a pretty good candidate to do that with, especially against a player like Fred. He's playing a pretty wide range. And he bets here on the turn and takes it down.
Let's see. I saw something that made me laugh here. I watch my stream on a souped-up Nintendo. Looks clear on my screen. All right, we do have the 7-deuce game on for a $50 bounty. Only Pierre has collected on it or tried to act upon it. Currently, we'll continue here with 5, 10, 25 uncapped. Again, $5 reds, $25 greens, the $100 blacks, the $500 pinks. And I do see a couple of 1K plaques there over in Bones' stack. GTM BTC is a good addition to the co-host. What does he makes like 25 different co-hosts to choose from? I try to count how many different people we've worked. There's at least been 6 guys named Matt that have been here.
You're a pretty equal opportunity co-host guy, Mikey.
Well, I mean, I think that's my gift is I just am able to work with a lot of different people, and that I rather than always having the same people on, like it's a good variety of perspectives. So you'd be like, I like this guy, or I like this dude, or the timing becomes such that you're like, dude, we got to get Bones in here and make Bones start talking to us and spread the good word of poker. So It is wow, an unbelievable situation to be in, and especially good for Bones, who's not going to 3-bet on the button with queens.
Yeah, and Bones here in a pretty awesome spot, getting to squeeze with queens, where your range could look a lot wider than normal. Sean does give up the ace-jack. I would expect Sparks to give up. But Chase here, pretty deep here with Bones. Out of position, but he probably knows if he flops a deuce, he's going to get paid here. So he's got an interesting decision. I would expect him to be calling here. He is taking his time, though.
Yeah, we're a little off-centered here, I think. You can see half of Bones. You can see his left ear and his left arm. And you can see the Pokemon directly in front of his stack. But I assure you, Bones is there. Elsinore Brewery at the announcers. All right, we are... Wow, we're going to make a fold here. So Chase showing some discipline. I think he took himself a nice vacation. So he looks like he has come back relaxed and ready to play. At the announcers, my two best things today were seeing a Porsche 350 Speedster in an office building, to hearing the best Harlan Williams impersonator on YouTube. Thank you. What's going on, Asian Andy? I remember Asian Andy playing here one time way back in the day here at TCH. I think I recall. But nonetheless, make sure to hit that like button for us. Keep shooting us out here to the YouTube algorithms. Over 1,108 people tuning in right now. Texas Poker is alive and well, folks, without masks, if you're vaccinated. And I'm sure as we gather on here, there'll be opportunities for that to come completely off. That is our stand currently here at Texas Card House, just using the honor system. I have no other comments or things to share beyond that. That is the facts. All right. Racer Nerd has Bart V-pipped. Yeah, he's played like two hands, right? He played that 10-9 suited hand.
Yeah,
and
played two hands.
Bones.
Ace-6 of diamonds as well.
Off the $25 straddle, will raise up here to 75. Bart now, see if he defends here with a 10-5 spade. And we're going to go Bones versus Bart, heads up. Clash of the Titans here.
The moment we've all been waiting for.
Here we go. King of clubs here for Bones. He's flopped Broadway draw with the nut flush draw. Bart here with bottom pair. No back doors. A $50 bet here may just try to induce Bart to come in at least for one street.
Yeah, for that sizing, if you're Bart, you have to call, even though you just absolutely hate it. And Bones is actually a 57% favorite here, despite not having a pair and Bart having one.
We'll roll this one off here to the turn here, folks. As
A 10 would be interesting, an offsuit 10.
No kidding. Bones is going to be betting. We don't know exactly that. Okay, it is the ace of spades and a quick fold by Bart, but understandable nonetheless with the $25 straddle on. We can't accuse him of being a nit. It's going to keep the straddle on. So that is always nice. Has it been mostly that way around the table that everybody agrees to put the straddle on? Because there are some weeks where it's you might have one or two that decides not to, and it kind of throws a weird dynamic in the game where you play huge for a hand and then all of a sudden you're back to regular 5-10.
Yeah, I mean, all the regulars in this game have basically all agreed that we're going to always straddle. Even if we've looked at our cards, it's like, yeah, we all know that it's like a mandatory straddle for us anyway. But sometimes some of the newer guys will come in and they decide that they don't want to straddle because the game is technically a 5-10. But, you know, for all intents and purposes, this game is a 10-25. There's a straddle on basically every hand. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mikey, I think it's been on every single hand so far.
Yeah, I can't recall seeing one that wasn't. So Bones here now with on like the third straight raise. Pocket sevens, Tony Ewan. Finished fifth in the WSOP main event in 2020. Now I'm going to put in the 3-bet here to 250. Bob Bart going to fold the deuce 5 of diamonds. So nitty. No, I kid.
Back to Bones here. This is obviously a clear call. You're never 4-betting with sevens. Are we seeing a flop?
And there we are. It's sevens and kings. Overpairs for both of these gents.
Yeah, and I would assume this is going to go check, bet, call. Wow. Tony decides to check kings here. Getting very sneaky. And turns top set. It's going to be tough for him to get much value here. I think Bones, he was probably thinking if there's any chance I was ahead on that turn card, I'm no longer ahead. You would probably expect Tony to bet all of his worse hands than sevens that don't improve with the king on the turn there. So probably going to see a... Okay, so we do get a call from Bones. Yeah, I guess Tony did bet small enough where kind of gave Bones a good price. And but here on this river, it's going to be pretty tough for Tony to get any more value out of Bones here.
All right. Is going to try to find a bet that he thinks his opponent can look up, and I just can't anticipate it unless we get a misstep by Bones.
And Bones is going to take a second. He's thinking back to that check flop and how it was pretty weird. In his mind, he may be thinking that he really expected Tony to be betting the flop with ace-king or ace-queen there, and now he's kind of repping that he has a king or a queen. So Bones is probably kind of confused in the spot. Tony was just getting tricky, though, with two kings. And, yeah, I'd expect to see a fold out of Bones here. Yep.
Yeah, Tony will take it down. So, well, first hour into the show so far, so good. Let's keep banging away home on that like button for us. Stephen Short, Bart not No, he definitely got vaccinated, like, pretty early. But there are still, you know, I think for some people they still want to be able to exercise some caution, I think, till I think we maybe reach herd immunity. So it is still kind of an option. I'm not going to get into it beyond that, but nonetheless, it is kind of weird. I played on Saturday for the probably like the first time in a while, just playing the tournament here at TCH. Like, just had a Saturday open and played, and it's like, okay, I'm going to do without the mask here, and it felt weird. I'm not going to lie to you. It just felt so, once you get conditioned into an experience for a year, that you're just like, you feel naked to a degree. You're like, am I breaking the law at some point? But
I had the same experience. I was playing a big game on Friday for the first time with no masks and at one of the card rooms, and yeah, it just felt like I had to like rebuild my poker face. I kept like wanting to like smile. I kept breaking.
Yeah.
I was like, this just feels very awkward. It's just been such a long time playing live poker without masks on.
Almost kind of like paranoid that you're maybe giving off face twitches or just any kind of smirk that might be perceived as information to other players. Is E raising up with ace jack. Todd here in the mix with king 10 off, and it should be probably a bet and fold spot, but we'll see. Jackson says, I think it was at your table Saturday, LOL. Yeah, that was most likely me, man. Trying to make people laugh. We got a bet and a call. Thanks, man. I said you killed it. All right, yeah, I felt pretty.
It must not have been you then.
Yeah, it must not have. You might be thinking about somebody else. Somebody else was making all those bluff catches and solid plays. Yeah, I know, Alec. It's not herd immunity, but I'm just using a word. So, hey, thanks, man. I hope to be able to kind of get more in the mix here in the summertime, and I've got a little bit more free time. So, all right, all of our chat pros keeping us busy. Keep an eye on you. You can also leave us a comment if you're watching here on the archive. 5, 10, 25. Mike Youngblood here with Big Daddy Chaz, as you know him out in the live stream streets. You're straight up San Antonio, or what? Not that I want to be giving out your location or anything, but I mean, I think some people perceive you to be an Austin player, but you're actually repping the SA.
Yeah, I play in San Antonio pretty much every day. The only day that I don't play in San Antonio is every Monday. I come up here, obviously, and play on the live stream.
Yeah, that part has always astounded me, the fact that you would want to continue driving up during that time of day. So kudos to you for – but, you know, it's a short commute to make dollar bills. We got Bart here with some ladies.
Yeah, we have an interesting hand here. It looks like maybe there was a double straddle, unless Todd just raised really big. So, yeah, Todd makes it 200, and Bart picks up queens here on the button and does 3-bet. And Todd, I'm trying to see if maybe he has a little bit more than what it says he has, but it does look to be accurate. And he does call here. Kind of a tough spot with ace-6 suited to just be flatting here. Oh wow! And look
Oh,
at this
goodness.
flop.
Oh,
Wow!
will Bart Hanson find a way to get around this and
It's gonna
maneuver
be
out of the
tough.
spot?
It is gonna be tough. And Todd checks. Wow! Here we go. And Todd does not have that much behind, so I do not see how all the chips do not get in the middle here at some point. And Todd decides to just call. Ooh, and that card may actually save Bart some money. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a check here from Bart. Bart's not going to have any 6s or 9s. Well, I shouldn't say any. He's not going to have very many at all, 6s or 9s.
You have plenty of cards.
Yeah,
Check and check, and this may slow down the action for Todd as part of our fundraiser here this evening.
All right, where's he at?
so we're back to Ted here, and he does decide to go for some value here. And he bets pretty small. I mean, Bart only has to be right like 20% of the time here, so he calls pretty quickly. And, yeah, Todd does get some value here out of the 6s. Kind of unlucky for Todd to turn at 9, but obviously he got super lucky to flop the 6. So wins a nice-sized pot there off of Bart.
And we'll continue on here for TCH Live Monday night edition. Sean P., hello from Iowa, reminding us that he's coming to Dallas for June 8th and 9th. I think Brad Owen and Andrew Neeme going to be there. Cosmic Ray, hater in the comment section. Dun, dun, dun. A lot of other mumbo jumbo out in here. Okay. Yeah, these are automated cameras that follow along with the action tracker, so this is not 5 small human beings patrolling these above the table, as that would be kind of weird. So, all right. Mike Emma Chaz with you here on 510 edition. Bart Hanson here in the house from Crush Live Poker. The 7-deuce game is on. If you win a hand with 7-deuce, it's a $50 bounty from each player, and Tony Ewan going here for it now.
Yeah, Tony, going to try and pick up this bounty, but Sean here with ace-9 on the button is not going to let it happen easily. Does decide to 3-bet it. And we'll see what Tony does here. Obviously, that 7-deuce bounty in play. And actually, Chase is not giving up his cards yet. Has queen-9 offsuit. And
wow.
There we go, into the muck.
Can we see a 4-bet here from Tony? How much does he want that bounty?
Yeah, always super. Oh, and look at this. He is reaching for chips. And looks like he decides to flat. Kind of interesting to be flatting with 7-deuce out of position here instead of 4-betting. But he is going to try and pick up the bounty post-flop.
This could be an expensive one for Tony if he tries to go all out for this. And Sean with top pair and the nut flush draw.
Yeah, Sean's just got a massive hand here and obviously turns the flush. We'll see what Tony decides to do if he wants to try and go for it. And he is going to go for it. Wow. Be interesting what sizing he chooses. Not seen the bet size yet. I believe I did see him bet, though. Okay, we lost the graphics there for a second. Okay, he bets 300. So a pretty decent size bet here. Bets almost 2/3 pot. And Sean is just licking his chops here. Obviously turns a super disguised nut flush. I think we're probably just going to see a call. But we'll see. It'll be kind of an interesting story to tell if you're going to be raising here. And he does decide to raise. Wow, so back to Tony here. I don't expect Tony just to fold. No spade in his hand. Obviously, he has 7-deuce, pair of 7s. Even though Sean's telling a very weird story, it's just your hand is just so weak. I think you just find a better spot.
Yeah, this is where I'm trying to remember. What was that Chappelle bit that going real goes wrong or something like that? The chat pros will remember what bit I'm talking about. Like when keeping it real goes wrong, and this is kind of where that point is here with the 7-deuce. That sometimes chasing that bonus, you actually run into real legitimate hands.
Oh my gosh, Mikey, look at this. Tony's
no.
going for it.
No,
Oh,
Tony, he's
no.
getting 3 bets.
Tony. Oh my gosh. And
Well, he
Sean
finished-
cannot believe his luck right now. Unbelievable. And this is the type of action that 7-deuce can bring to a game. Obviously, if that game isn't on right now, this hand never happens. And Sean is the beneficiary. Wow.
Oh, he has Nick from Yumas and Tony doing his best Rampage impersonation. Yeah, that this is out of the Rampage playbook here, I think.
And by the way, obviously, if you're Sean, you just call. You just never raise in that spot.
Oh, no.
And still has the nuts here on the river. Tony, wow. If he goes for this, it's just...
It's the stuff of legends, but it is going to bite the dust very quickly as he's going to try. We know that Sean is going to snap him here with the nuts as it takes heart to do this, and then your head afterwards is going to go, what the hell was I thinking?
And Tony, I mean, you just have such a bad hand to be bluffing with here. You have no spades in your hand. You have really no... Oh, my gosh, he's still going for it. Wow. I think he bet 2,000 there on the river. 1,800. Okay.
Good Lord.
Wow.
A golf clap
Tony's got heart.
for
He's
trying.
got heart.
You know,
We'll
this
give
guy,
him-
this
we'll give him
guy's
that.
got heart. That is...
Woo.
Unfortunately, here for Sean, you are just buying your time until you announce all in.
There it is.
Good gracious.
Wow.
Trying to produce, I mean, that is the race for trying to get a $50 bounty off of all the players. And, well, we'll see if Tony,
He went for it, man.
yeah, I mean, we'll see if that does positively maybe benefit his image in future hands, knowing that.
It definitely will. Definitely will. Anytime, obviously, these players are going to be seeing what Tony has in about 15, 20 minutes. They're going to see what he had there and think, you know, that this guy is obviously a very capable player in a lot of very different spots. So, I mean, it'll help him in terms of getting action, but wow, just a really unfortunate spot there to be running into the nuts. And I think if you're in Tony's shoes, he may have been thinking that when, is it Sean? Seat
Yeah,
7?
yeah, Sean. Yeah,
Sean,
Sean.
yeah.
This
When
guy.
Sean, he may have been, or seat 8, when he may have been thinking when he checks back the flop there that he doesn't have many flush draws, if any. But the problem is, if you do, for example, have his exact hand, which is top pair with nut flush draw, you are going to be checking back a lot. So Tony was, I would say, incorrect in his thinking. So just kind of, again, I mean, it's one of those situations where it's very unfortunate to run at the top of the range there. But, yeah, again, props to Tony for going for it.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, Machongo flags will fly half-mast tomorrow for Tony. Steven Tixey, Mr. Delivery here. Wow, lots of people from my local game showing up on TCH. Shame to see him bluffing into the nuts, though. Laugh, cry emoji. Matt Benjamin, our boy, here in the chat. We got a lot of our favorites here. So if you want a special shout-out, again, hit us up with a super sticker or super chat. We'll be happy to do so. All right, Tony Duso, part of our fundraiser, which if you go to our Instagram, tch.atx, we'll give you the link as to how to contribute here to the Bob Woodruff Foundation. Todd trying to raise $15,000 in 30 days in memory of fellow soldiers killed in Somalia. Again, you can go to the Bob Woodruff Foundation website or go to the link through tch.atx and learn just more about it. I was kind of looking through it this afternoon, so some really interesting stories coming from that. So this is unique and special to be able to do here on a Monday evening from Austin. All right, dealer change now, so it is time for a bomb pot.
That last hand was actually kind of semi-interesting. We had a single raise and a bunch of folds, but we saw Bart fold ace-jack there, open fold ace-jack. Not open fold, but he did fold ace-jack to a single raise. And then Pierre had 7-deuce suited on the button with the 7-deuce game going. Decides just to fold it instead of 3-betting. So 2 hands that I think I would probably typically expect to see some 3-bets just decide to fold. So that hand was kind of had a little interesting dynamic to it.
Visionary Fitness is bad to me. I'm really happy to see everyone's face at this live. I think it is more. It does give you that element of being able to see somebody's facial expressions. I mean, it's not necessarily like, hey, you want to see that guy's face, but it's also like, yeah. You can't ever really tell if they're angry, if they're sad, if they're mad. You know, like you at least have a better idea of it, and I think it's easier to kind of embrace. And so we're pumping forward. Here out, and it's going to be a single board PLO bomb pot. Again, typically here at Texas Card House, you can see double boards, which is absolutely bonkers and insane, and it produced bomb. I mean, like I mean, I've seen it just on Instagram stories that you're involved in it. Just the absolutely ridiculous sizes of these double board bomb pots. It just it does. It's not like real life. So we'll scan all the hands here as
There was a very interesting $37,000 bomb pot hand that I played recently that I've gotten a lot of feedback from that I
really?
posted on my Instagram. Yeah.
I'm sure there's all the feedback quote and
Unfortunately, I lost that hand.
so it's just everybody in there calling Chaz a donkey. I called it.
Yeah.
No, that's
Bones actually recorded that hand, so I'm sure there's some people in chat that may have seen it. But yeah, we get back to this this
Yeah.
bomb pot here. Pretty interesting flop. It looks like we have a few hands here with a decent amount of equity, so we should see some money going in the middle here on the flop. Looks like for now, E has the best hand, and he does decide to fold it.
yeah. We'll see. What else? We got the open ender for pure with the. I guess yeah. The
It's just basically
7-4
got an
doesn't
open
really
ender,
do
yeah.
anything, but we'll wait on here as we load up the graphics. Tony, set of 6s here with a gutter ball to an 8 and a 4 as Jack peels. Does not strengthen Pierre's hand in any way, so the set of 6s still.
It is actually kind of a bad card for Pierre, even though he, improves his hand a little bit. It takes away the 10 from giving him the nuts now. So this is going to be a pretty quick fold from Pierre here. In these single board bomb pots, you want your hand to have an opportunity to make the nuts if you want to be continuing, and you want to have a pretty good chance at making the nuts. So this probably should just be a fold from Pierre.
Yeah, most likely. It's Nick from Yuma asking how much Rain energy drink can that Coke machine back there fit. It's mostly just Monster and Coke products, so I've not been able to yield my my forces here to try to get Rain or C4 in there. But that sugar-free Monster is not bad. But you can get Red Bull from the fridge, snacks up along the front desk, Mr. Coffee Machine. Got a lot of pretty good amenities here within our Austin location. And all right, 187 likes. Have been steady at over 1,100 to 1,200 here. Mike Emblem with the Big Daddy Chaz. You can follow us on Instagram at tch.atx. You see our latest post on the fundraiser we're doing for the Bob Woodruff Foundation. Follow me at Hoops Mike. Follow him at Big Daddy Jazz Poker.
By the way, some random guy on IG has Big Daddy Chaz, and I'm very upset about it.
That probably somebody's trying to scalp you. They were trying
I don't know.
to what's that term? That squat to get you to buy.
Yeah.
The nickname
Like the
handle.
domain name,
No
the
shame
IG
in this
name.
world.
Yeah. And it's like some older gentleman from like California or something.
It probably
And
actually,
he
is.
And he has a decent amount of followers too, so it's like I can message the guy and be like, "Hey, do you mind?" It's probably not going to change it at this point. So
what if there are people that follow his account thinking it's you, and they'll be like, "You're such a donk, there, Big Daddy Chaz." And he has no
this guy's
idea
like,
what? It's like those are really big, and he's just totally confused. All right, bottom set here for Sparks. Hey, Jimmy Bluffit, a good friend here in the chat. What's going on, friend? is like the worldwide chat moderator for every other chat. I think bars in the poker world. Bah, bah, bah. So Tony gonna make a 150 bet. Sparks here, back here on the upswing with bottom set. Is gonna put the raise up here to 550.
Yeah, and Tony has a particularly bad hand to be calling there with the 6 of diamonds in his hand. Obviously, if you think Sparks is going to be raising a bunch of, like, straight or flush draws, having 2 6s with the 6 of diamonds, you just don't want to have that hand if you're Tony, so he gives up pretty quickly.
Somebody asking me what I think about the Stanley Cup. I didn't even know they were in the playoffs already, so I cannot give you a good quality answer, but I'm going to bet it's a hockey team. Oh, let's see.
Mikey, there's a lot of people talking about Bart's fold with ace-jack. Everyone in the chat is very upset with him for folding ace-jack.
Yeah, he's getting he's, it's a tough crowd here in Austin, so if you've got any kind of I don't platform or people know and follow you, like you're just.
What are you doing with ace jack there in Bart's shoes, Mikey?
I'm gonna have. Well, I just didn't. I didn't recall the hand because I was.
Well, there was a raise from under the gun +1 from seat 4. He's a new player, so I forgot his name.
Okay.
Todd.
Todd.
And then Bart just folded the ace jack. 2 spots over.
Well, I'm sure in the Crush Live call-in show he'll give you a good explanation on that. Okay. Because it happened so fast. Steven, probably with the default opinion that I would probably, whether or not that's my opinion or not, blah, 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 blah. Ace-Jack offsuit isn't a profitable continue versus early position open flat out. Some folks just don't understand Texas poker. I do that. That's a 3-bet hand, practically. No, I'm kidding. But all right, 6 of hearts going to turn, which is an open ender for Todd and a nut flush draw for E.
Yeah, Todd's got the 8 of hearts and an open ender here. Wow. Okay, Todd does bet. I thought they went check check, but yeah, E's going to be continuing here with the ace of hearts. We'll see if it's through a call. It is through a call. And a nondescript 3 on the river. E's going to end up taking this down after it goes check, check.
I guess now when thinking back to that Bart hand, it's like if he maybe knows Todd or is more familiar, it's like he's probably basing it under the assumption that this guy, first time on the streams, probably not opening very light early positions. So, yeah, I don't see anything too unique about it, but we do got to chat about it. We do got to commentate on it. So that's my 2 cents.
Well, typically in a full ring, no ante, 2 big blind game with like 100 to like 150 big blinds, you can play super tight and still be very profitable. I think it becomes a much more interesting discussion with this ace jack when you're talking about a 200 big blind effective 3 blind game. Sure. I think you can open up your range a little bit more if you're in Bart's shoes. So I think it's right on the cusp, and it may have been a 3-bet. I don't think it's going to be a call, but I think it's right on the cusp of being a 3-bet. But I don't think ace jack offsuit there in that position is a bad fold or even a nitty fold. I think it might actually even just be the correct fold. So people are giving him,
Yeah, I'm not going to give him too much grief because it's also like it's the first session that you've played in 14 months of live poker. That may also be like in certain realms, once you've gotten some sessions under your belt, you might take a different action on that. I'm not saying that was his thought process, but it's also off the double straddle fold of ace-10, which I don't, right up front, I don't really have any qualms about either, but we are action junkies, and we're going to get it here from Tony and Fred Flintstone, who is absolutely going to defend his double straddle with the old 6-9.
Yes, it's actually kind of turning into an interesting hand here. Looks like we have straddle over straddle. Tony tries to take it down with the jack deuce of clubs, and Fred says, no, I will defend. And Tony's looks like he's going to be betting here again. Obviously, Fred's not going anywhere yet. Flops middle pair. Very easy call here for Fred. And there are some very interesting turn cards that Tony can bet pretty big. And I would say that's probably one of them. If you're in Tony's shoes here, you pick up the flush draw. You only have jack high. I think betting here, I think betting on the larger size, considering how many draws are out there, is the right play here. We'll see what sizing he goes with, because he definitely did bet. And he goes about half pot. The problem with half pot in this spot is you're just basically getting nothing to fold. But wow, look at this. He picks up the backdoor flush. It gets there. And now Tony has a super disguised hand against Fred, who may be thinking a ton of straight and flush draws on the flop missed now. Fred could end up giving Tony a decent chunk of change here. We'll see what sizing Tony goes with. And he goes for 1,000. He goes about 75% pot. And I would not be surprised if we see a call from Fred here. Tony's repping a pretty strong hand with this bet sizing. And Fred may be thinking, what hands is Tony saying that he has here? And he does call. Tony gets the value with the runner-runner flush. And Fred is going to be disgusted when he sees that.
And it shows him what he looked him up with, too. So he'll pay to see it. And see the guy that was bluffing off a bunch of money with 7-deuce offsuit. Now also getting there on the backdoor club. Says, all right, Mike Gambler here with Big Daddy Chaz. Chaz, do you have any, like, specific memories of this stream as the things that you stood out and go, that was one of my top 5 favorite moments? Or is it, do you think that way? Because I think you're just playing so much that I can't imagine you're accumulating a ton of memories that you reflect on much.
I mean, for me, I think like the favorite hand that I've ever played on stream was the last hand that we played in one of the streams where I picked up aces, and I think I straddled for $500.
Right.
It was either 500 or 1,000 that I straddled for, and Coins had, I forgot his exact hand, but we ended up getting it 9-3.
Oh, yes.
I mean, that was just such a legendary hand, and I've heard about that hand more so than like any other hand. There were a couple others that I've heard about a bunch. There was a really big bluff that I had maybe about a month ago where I flatted with like nothing, and then like I forgot the exact hand. But yeah, that hand with Coins.
I mean, usually when you flat, you do have nothing, which is fair. That's
yeah, I'll just say that hand with Coins. I mean, that hand was just, that was a crazy hand.
Yeah, we love Coins.
It was the last hand of the stream. Just the fact that I picked up aces and a $500 straddle, Coins with the 9-3. Just a crazy, legendary hand on TCH.
There have been so many, and again, since this is a week since we've returned from the shutdown, so I mean that's how long it took before we were kind of in the clear, at least to allow some unmasking. So it's been a long road coming here, man. It's been an exhausting past year, but an extremely rewarding one, and glad to have you here, buddy. Glad to have you here. Go ahead and smash that like button for us. Come on, let's keep it going. 1,100 plus. Tuning on in, do your patriotic duty here to TCH Live. Just smash the like. Okay. Fred Flintstone going to complete. Call out the straddle. E with pocket 3s. Bones here with top 2. I don't know if Bone. Well, okay. E is going to at least splash out a bet for him here.
Yeah, and kind of an interesting decision to bet if you're E here. And I like Bones just calling. If you raise here, it's pretty hard. Oh, wow. And Bones just gets the nuts here on the turn. But E is not going to put another penny into this pot, unfortunately for Bones, unless he goes check, check, and somehow a 3 comes off on the river. Yeah, and E does check it here. Basically waving the white flag. Yeah, and Bones decides to check. I think that's the right decision if you're in Bones' shoes. Wow, and he gets quads.
Oh.
Wow, so kind of interesting. I guess this is a card where we could theoretically maybe see E putting a little bit more money in. Thinking that Bones is betting with some kind of missed, straight draw or something. But, I mean, we'll see how it plays out. Obviously, E's going to be checking here. We'll see what sizing. Oh, wow. E decides to bet.
Oh,
wow.
no.
And Bones looks at him like, I can't believe you're actually betting into my quads right now. Look,
He bets
okay, he bet
$10.
$10.
He bets $10.
Okay.
$10, and I think that's why you got a little smirk from Bones. Like, really?
Yeah, he's shoving it right back in my face when I say he's not putting another penny in the pot. He puts $10 more in. I'd be very shocked if we see a a call after Casey raises here, but we'll see. Let's see what he bets here. 310.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, I can't see E messing around with this, but I mean he might pay the curiosity tax here. Just
I mean, he's getting a pretty good price, but I just think it's a spot where you're just going to be folding threes. And I think Bones showed him the quads there. He flashed a card to E.
all right, we'll move on here to the next hand. 5-10 edition TCH Live Austin. We are about an hour and a half into the show. Again, check us out, tch.atx on our Instagram for the link to our fundraiser for our friend Todd Dusso here on the table. Here raising for the Bob Woodruff Foundation. Again, trying to raise $15,000 in 30 days in memory of some of the fellow soldiers that were killed in Somalia. And you can learn a little bit more about the Bob Woodruff Foundation. I think just Bob, I'm trying to remember the exact link on that, but that will be linked up there on Instagram. Leave us a comment if you're watching on the archive. You can hit us up here with a super sticker or super chat if you would like a very special shout out here on the show. Does somebody say we mic the players? We tried last week. I don't know if we're sitting out this week. I think Bones had joked that there's no way they'll ever allow you guys to wear mics on the table ever again after that. Got a special cryptocurrency that's probably a little more X-rated, but I did laugh really hard when I heard it. So, and I especially just loved the unprovoked question about the election bet too. That
Yep.
that was so funny.
Some pretty good ones last week. Yeah, the table chat amongst all of us here at the TCH live streams can be a little out of line, we'll say. So don't blame the decision not to have mics this week.
That's kind of, well, that's also kind of the thing that it's sort of like you do mic the players up. Like you may not talk as openly as you might if you know you're not being mic'd. And there's also kind of the privacy element, but there's also the people that do want to understand what the heck people are saying. So, I think like everybody else is trying to figure out what's the best way to do it and the most effective way to be able to do so. So, Andrew Province, and that sounds like a Tom Segura laugh. If you don't know who Tom Segura is, host of Your Mom's House podcast, the Two Bears, One Mike. Tom Segura is a very funny comedian. Apparently might be moving to Austin, too, with every other comedian that's in Joe Rogan.
Oh, is he moving here?
What's that?
Tom Segura's moving here?
Apparently, that's what I
cool.
heard. A rumor was that that was going to be the next move. He and his wife and kids are going to be
He's a real funny
potentially moving. I don't know. They have their own studio in their big ass house. I can't imagine anybody trying to make that move from Hollywood to here. Don't move here. And that was also a message from Bones on the table when there was like some $1,200 straddle. I said, hey, Vegas shit regs, this is not normal. Just hey, for all the Vegas grinders that everybody can't stand that knit up our tables. This is not always what the case is. Did I offend our audience here? I just got to speak for some people because sometimes you got to relay the message. All right, hey, it's Jimmy Bluffits that just donated at Stand for Heroes. I think we've got a message here in our YouTube chat. Again, at Stand for Heroes on the IG. Robert Catlett, God bless to all our men and women in the military, Coast Guard, firefighters, police officers. Thank you. Absolutely. Victoria, we just need to have like a confessional for players to go in and talk about their hands, whatever they were tilted, and create content based off of that as a way to get to know the regular players. That would be ideal world where I've had ideas of stuff like that, and I'm pretty sure. I don't know. We have many things on the quote drawing board that we're all trying to figure out how to organize and put into practice to continue. We always enjoy your feedback. I mean, legitimate things that you think might help the stream. leave us in the comment section. If your comment is for the commentators, then fuck off. But all right, raised here by Fred Flintstone and called by Chase. I just used my one F-bomb here for show. So, all right. 10-8 of spades and a gutter ball here for Chase.
All right, so, a little something going on here. Interesting. Yeah, Fred bets pretty big here on the flop. How about oh, interesting. Chase is open-ended now with the queen. And I kind of like his decision to lead out here. It's a hand that you don't want to be check calling, so I kind of like the initiative to just bet out here and see if you can get your opponent to fold, and he does. Fred just gives up the 10, so a really nice bet there from Chase.
Carlito's Garage. I want some TCH merch in South Florida. Where's the merch online? That's another thing on the drawing board of maybe we can make ourselves some Big Daddy Chaz T-shirts or something like that. I don't know. That's Tim wants bobbleheads. Bobbleheads would be great. The dude talking bobblehead would be pretty solid. All right. Hey, Lobo Poker, good friend. All right. What's poppin', check? Good evening, Mike and company. Hey, what's going on, brother, dude, man? Yeah, that is still. All right, we'll continue on here. We have the $25 straddle. You guys do great. Thank you, Raza. Appreciate some of the other feedback. Thank you. All right, Bones here with a raise up with ace-jack, middle position. Here we go. Pierre also ace-jack unsuited. Flipped it, though. Ace of diamonds, jack of hearts.
Yeah, he decides to go with the 3-bet here. Out of the blinds, I don't mind that at all. And we'll see what Bones decides to do here. Could go either way between fold and call. Oh, it looks like he almost folded and decided to call. Kind of gives him the look.
That's the Bones we all know and love.
Oh, he did. Okay, he called.
Okay.
Wait. Okay, yeah, he folded.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say we didn't get a flop here. It would be kind of surprising to me to see Bones call ace jack unsuited, in that spot. But Gary, Kay, Chaz, what's your favorite meal? Well, do you have a pregame meal that you do for these poker games? Because I imagine if you're gonna be getting shifty and kind of drunk skis, that you might need a good one before the fact.
Oh man, well. Yeah, in the card room I'm at, there's a bar, and I've been drinking a lot the past week, I got to say. I got to cut back on the drinking.
A lot of people are saying, boy, I didn't realize how much I've drank in the past year.
For me, it's just the past week. I'm just drinking a lot in the past week for whatever reason.
Well, it's a celebration of moving on towards summer and creeping back towards normalcy, so... Plus, it's just good to be you, Chaz. So you sometimes don't ever have to explain it. Yeah, you're just like
along the lines of the meal concept, though. There's actually a game that Bones and I play in every Friday, and the guy, it's his game. He actually got us name plaques.
Oh yeah, I saw that
in front of all of our seats before we get to the game. And then actually tomorrow, he's taking 11 of the guys who play the game the most, and we're all going to J Prime in San Antonio. He's just treating us all to go eat at J Prime together. It's 11 poker players just shooting the shit.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it should be awesome.
We'll see if we can get you some chips here. Maybe some Doritos. Yeah. That sounds like a lofty thing to try to compete with. Okay, Pierre, 3-bet to 325. Just pocket force. Gutter ball here for Pierre. Bones technically with the best of it, but it is the most craptastic board in the world for the type of hand that he has. And
yeah, and it's kind of interesting if you're in Bones' spot. I mean, this is a board that's going to hit your range pretty hard when you're flatting a 3-bet from Pierre here. But obviously, you don't have a good hand at all, and you actually have a little bit of showdown value if Pierre just decides to give up with ace king or ace queen. So, okay, kind of an interesting decision to bet here from Pierre. I thought Bones would think about it a little bit, but he does decide to fold. He must give Pierre for checking back some premiums there on that flop, like aces, kings, queens, ace jack, those type of hands. Yeah, he folds pretty quickly, and Pierre takes it down with the ace king.
Jimmy Bluffett says, I wore my TCH hat to the home game recently, complete with a UPS mail carrier shirt. We won big. So there we go. I sent a hat out to Jimmy in a little old-fashioned way of trying to send out some merch there to a good Texas poker fan. All right, come on, guys. We've got over 1,200 of you listening, only 243 likes.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Rookie numbers. Yep, that is the Big Daddy Chaz here in the booth. Mike Gamble, the dude talking as always here on Monday. You can join Aaron McAvoy Thursdays on that TCH Live. And if you are interested in playing in those games on Thursdays or Mondays, again, you can check out the information on the bottom of our screen. Email TCH Live List at texascardhouse.com. Or you can also text the number there as well. So Fred Flintstone open. Bart Hanson has picked up pocket queens. And
Again, second time he's had queen.
second is now going to be 3-betting now in the spot to 260. Sparks now with a decision. Probably a fold here, but it is.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, maybe a 4-better fold spot.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. I think if you're in Sparks' shoes, you kind of think about what kind of hands you want to construct a 4-betting range with, and I don't think that King Jack suited is a particularly bad one to have in there, and he does toss in the 4-bet, and this is gonna fold back to Bart, and Bart's gonna have a pretty interesting decision here. I would imagine we're just gonna see a flat from Bart, and I imagine we're probably gonna see a flop. So let's see. There's zero chance he's folding here. By the way, people in chat saying that.
Wow.
And he does decide to call. And this could get interesting.
Unbelievable here. So Sparks trying to go for it. Says, hey, you called me a tight player on the highlight videos. I'm coming after you, Bart Hanson, and it might be to Bart's favor. But 10 high board, all hearts.
Yeah, and Sparks here. I think this is probably a situation where Sparks just needs to give up. Yeah, just having no hearts here, king high. It's just a really rough position. And if you're betting with king jack, with no hearts here, your c-betting range is just going to be way too wide. So I'd imagine the spot where he's just going to give up eventually unless he hits a king, non-heart king.
Ace of hearts here on the turn. So whoever blinks first is going to be the one to take it. And
yeah, I would imagine it's going to go check. It's going to be pretty hard for Sparks to represent a heart after checking the flop. I guess I will say he's not checking back the ace of hearts on the flop, so he could have some like king of hearts, queen of hearts in his hand. We'll see if he decides to rep it, and he is going to go for it. And now Bart's just in a really tough spot, not having a heart here. It's kind of just, I guess Sparks goes kind of small. So Bart's getting a really good price, and he does decide to fold. Wow. I'm kind of surprised he would fold getting that price. He only has to be right about 20% of the time. You have to be thinking that Sparks just like always has a heart in that spot to be, he's like always betting with a heart in that spot. It's just,
yeah,
it's kind of tough to imagine that's the
But
case
he is
after he
also
checks the flop. I think he has some bluffs there, and obviously he does. So, yeah, Sparks gets it through.
he may be calculating what Sparks' revenge range might be.
Maybe.
For all, some of those subtle digs on the highlight reels. I mean, here's the thing. I've seen highlight reels abound. I don't know if there's anybody that comes up with good titles because they're all strange and weird to me by trying to get the attention of YouTube algorithms.
I'll also say this real quick just because I thought about it. Bart, we do know that he perceives Sparks to be a very tight player based on the title he gave him in that YouTube video. So Bart may have just been saying in that spot, I'm going to give Sparks a ton of credit here, thinking that he's almost like not capable of bluffing in this spot. But obviously, and you know what? Sparks may be aware of that's what Bart perceives his image to be and may have bet because of that. So
Right.
maybe a little bit of a leveling war going on here with Sparks and Bart.
Yeah. Victoria brought this up in the chat too. That Bart will tend to play on the tighter side during the first half of these streams, and then, as you get your wheels underneath you, start using that to your advantage a little
Sure.
bit later on, and he'll show that I had a real hand. I put 3-bet here with ace queen suited, and I will cut him some slack. That this is a different animal to. This is not your 1-2 game down the street to hop on into after a year and a half out. This is big boy poker, big girl poker here, whatever you want to call it. Big Daddy Chaz poker here in Austin. # Texas poker.
I'll actually say real quick, Todd folded 2 3s there against Bart's 3-bet. Kind of a surprising decision. Todd had a decent chunk behind. The effective stack sizes, I think, were deep enough where I kind of like peeling with the 3s there. Obviously, with those tiny pocket pairs, there's always the a little bit of reverse implied odds with set over set
Right.
possibilities. But against a guy like Bart, who typically you would expect to be playing, based on what we've seen so far, a pretty tight 3-betting range from that position. You'd expect him to have a lot of premiums, and 3s, obviously, if you hit a set, you're probably going to be get paid off. So kind of surprised to see him fold the 3s there, but he does do it. And on to the next one.
All right, Kings here.
Oh,
for
look at this. Chase was away from the table and had 7-deuce offsuit on the button. Would have most likely would have 3-bet and would have ran into kings. So this hand could have gotten super interesting. But instead, we do get 2 calls here out of the blinds and straddles. And Sean flops top set. And both of these guys flop gutters. Bones would hit a super disguise straight with a 7. And Todd would hit the nuts with the queen here. So I would imagine we're going to see a decent chunk of money going here on the flop.
Wow. Todd going to put out a bet.
Interesting. Yeah, and Sean bet pretty small, and I'm surprised
Okay.
Bones folded, but he does fold, and yeah, he turns the nuts here. And I would imagine this is probably a spot that Sean needs to be checking back. He could be thinking I can bet and try and get some value from a hand like a 10 or like a slow played straight or something, but yeah, he's just going to get a quick fold from Todd here.
Yeah, so Sean bet, Todd
well,
called, and now we go
As,
check bet.
as I say that, Sean bet's big, and then Todd still has his cards here. He is thinking about this. And he does
He's gonna
decide
make
to
the
fold.
fold.
Okay.
Somehow we got into a Rubens discussion. We somehow were talking about pregame meals. Don't do it. I have not ate yet today. I was kind of consumed, so I was like, shit, I forgot to eat before the start of this. But the advice that my dad always gave me when I was young is a hungry dog hunts best, Chaz. I subscribe to that theory sometimes.
Sometimes.
Sometimes I will subscribe to it. And like, listen, I'm not a high school basketball player anymore. I'm gonna go get something to eat. But it's like, all right, go ahead, hit the like button for us. Click subscribe. We came into the day over 18,500 subscribers. If you're checking us out here for the first time, we stream 6 nights a week. Our Dallas stream that's always popping off. Tomorrow night. Last week it was 10, 25, 50. The Legend of Bildo. Bildo got everybody in the chat fired up for it like nothing I've seen in quite some time. Who knows what it'll be this week, but I hadn't really had a whole lot of time to be able to watch some of the Dallas stream. I really just have been able to sit through from start to finish, probably for the first time ever. So kudos to those guys up there. Doing a great job. We are really proud of where we're at here as a channel. So, Chaz, forgive me if this has been brought up. Has anyone solicited your opinion on your ace-10 of diamonds hand versus Louise last week? We could probably.
I don't remember the hand. You'd have to remind me. Do you remember the hand?
I don't, because Bart was hosting and I was taking the night off.
Okay. I have a very, very bad poker memory, so I have to be like talked through the situation that happened.
Sometimes all you have to do is explain like one detail, then all
Yeah.
of a sudden I'm like, oh yeah, that hand. Like it's just. We'll see if we can get a
I know
clarification
Louise
here.
bluffed me. Oh, okay. I actually think I know what he's referencing. We'll just finish this hand first, though.
Yep.
This is kind of getting interesting. Really interesting turn card here. We'll kind of rewind a little bit. Sean re-raised. Fred called. And then check. Fred bets. Sean calls. Okay. So Fred's actually taking the initiative here. And obviously Sean has a super strong hand. We'll see if Fred decides to go for it here. Yeah, and he does give up. And I think it's a really good check. You know, you really don't want to be bluffing with diamonds in this spot, and then a 7's not very good as well. Obviously, those are the types of hands that you want your opponent to have, not you. So when you bluff, you want them to have flush draws, straight draws type hands. So having those in your hand isn't very good. And so a good check from Fred there, and it just goes check, bet, fold there. But the hand with Luis was actually, I thought, super interesting. Luis is just like a super, what's the word I'm looking for?
Chatty.
No, like random, but like a very.
It's kind of fly by the seat of his pants.
Yeah,
type.
he does a lot of interesting stuff, so it's kind of hard to play against that type of player. In that particular hand, when he had, I think it was Queen 10, the flop was King Jack, X. I mean, I 3-barreled, and yeah, I mean, he picked a spot where I'm just gonna have a ton of super strong hands. I don't particularly like his bluff, although it did work. I was picking a hand knowing that I'm just not going to have a lot of 3-barrel bluffs in that spot, and he just happened to run into one of the hands that I did have a 3-barrel bluff, which happens sometimes, you know, and Luis, you know, it ends up working really well for him, and he wins a really big pot, but, yeah, I'm going to have like a ton of like ace-king, aces, kings, jacks, and so I need to pick some bluffs to have in that spot, and I think ace-10 is a pretty decent one. So, yeah, it just didn't work out. It happens. Sometimes you get bluffed.
It is kind of the nature of the beast. It is part of the game, and everybody's going to kind of have to take their medicine after the fact, and the haters will come on out and declare you canceled, donkey, not fit to play this game, and then you just brush that aside.
I'm never going to be afraid to bluff, though.
Yeah, I have gathered that. It seems like still a very strong frequency.
This is actually turning into a very interesting hand here. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the exact pre-flop action so far. I would imagine this is going to end up going 3 ways. However, no matter how it did play out pre-flop, obviously we know Tony 3-bet. And 2 calls here from ace queen and 8-7 at diamonds. Yeah, Tony does get out of the way. So interesting. Tony's going to be first to act here with the kings. We could see some very interesting flops.
No kidding. That is one of them for
That's
Pierre. His
definitely one of
diamond draw with the overpair. Backdoor diamonds potentially for Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, I would imagine. Wow, and Tony checks the kings. Wow, it's a very interesting decision. I mean, he's just getting value from so much stuff here on the flop. It hasn't said that he checked. Okay, he did check. He's getting value from so much stuff here on the flop. And wow, he gets Fred to bet 750 here. And Pierre's in a spot where I'm pretty sure you have to just call. Folding and raising, I don't think is in the question here. And he does call. And now it's back to Tony, and he's got a super interesting decision with kings. Not a spot that you see very often, so I think because it's multi-way, and with all the draws out there, I think you need to raise if you're in Tony's shoes. And these other 2 guys are going to be thinking to themselves, what is Tony even representing here? But wow. It'll be very interesting to see what he does here.
Yeah, let's see. Deciding to put it in a range, or just going to
Did he just
continue to stay 3 ways with this hand on the
Wow,
board.
he just calls. This hand is becoming super interesting.
4 ball on the turn.
Wow.
Little additional equity potential for Pierre.
And Tony checks again, and Fred picks up equity. We could see a big bet from Fred here, and he's going for it. Wow. And now Pierre has a straight and flush draw. He's going to be calling this bet. Wow. And there's even a world where Pierre could decide to turn his hand into a semi-bluff here and raise. This is just turning out to be a crazy hand.
It's still Tony with the best with kings, and it's just so many different directions we could go with this. And Pierre, now I'm trying to figure this out here, is gutter ball, flush draw.
Wow.
And I guess if he maybe does get Tony out of this hand somehow, both of his 8 and 7 become live.
I'm looking at Pierre's chips. It says he has 9,600. Do you see 9,600 in his stack? Am I missing something? Okay, I think he has way less. So we could see a shove from Pierre here. It looks like he has. Wow. Okay, he does just call. He had a stack size that a shove was like a viable option. But wow, back to Tony here. And I think we're just going to see a shove from Tony. I'd be pretty shocked if he does anything other than shove here. And wow, just what a crazy hand this is turning out to be.
Unreal. Hashtag Texas Poker alive and well here at Texas Card House in Austin.
He just calls.
Just calls.
Wow. And look at
7.
Tony. He only has 60% equity here. He's losing this hand still almost half the time.
It's a 5
And
ball.
a 5 on the river. Wow. This is
King.
unbelievable. He checks again. Does Fred go for it?
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Does he go for it? Tony's hand is so disguised. Oh, and he gives up. And Pierre is just going to give up here. I don't think there's a world where he decides to bluff in this spot, especially with the 2 diamond blockers. I should never say never, though.
Never. I mean, it is still potential for him to maybe make a move at
And he
this,
does
but
check,
it's
yeah.
just very
Tony,
unlikely in
wow.
this spot, the way it's played out, that he would. So,
That was an insane hand.
so
You
Tony,
know, when he turned over kings there, everyone at the table just had
Like,
to be
what?
completely shocked. Especially the players in the hand. They would have never expected him to turn over kings there.
Peter Moss says now he looks like a genius. Nick from Yuma Chaz's reactions are more entertaining than the hand. I agree. ATX Poker is sending us a delivery here, so my good friend ATX Poker going to send us a favor here to the broadcast booth as we started talking about food. So, well, you know, I can't say no to that. All right, you can follow us at tch.atx on Instagram for all the updates and profiles on dealers, players, and notifications for the live stream. Also for the Bob Woodruff Foundation. Again, there is a message here in our chat linking here to the @Stand for Heroes. We are trying to raise money here for our good friend Todd Dusson. Let's try to raise $15K in 30 days for some friends and fellow soldiers of his that were passed in Somalia. So always a good cause here. Well over 1,400 live viewers joining
this is
us
crazy,
here this
Mike. We
evening.
have 1,400 people in here right now.
Yeah, we've been kind
That's
of
awesome.
flirting with like 1,000 for a while. Yeah, like Dallas got over like 1,000, so like we're I think starting to see more people excited about live poker again that want to be able to tune on in. And you got Bart Hanson here as well and all your favorites. And another one of your favorites, Big Daddy Chaz here in the broadcast booth as well. And yes, the Seven-deuce game is on. We haven't seen it maybe come into play only twice or 3 times, but it is still looming as a set of 6s for Fred Flintstone. He leads, and probably both Bart and Sparks.
I've seen this question a few times from Vancouver. Will we ever see you on the Dallas Big Stream? Or Chaz, will we ever see you on the Dallas Big
Chaz,
game
you going to
stream?
play the Dallas stream?
If they invited me, I would go play. But I know it's very tough to get in that game.
Yeah, that is.
There's a very long list.
We can put in a good word for you. We'll
Yep.
try. All right, Sparks actually going to put in the raise here this spot with backdoor spades, which perhaps will allow him to get a turn card for free if he just gets called. But I don't think Fred Flintstone is going to be content with calling. He's going to put in the raise.
Yeah, and if you're in Sparks' shoes, this is a pretty good hand to be raising with. Obviously, Fred donk bet here, and Sparks has a hand that, you block ace-king, you block king-queen, you have backdoor spades, backdoor straight draws. You have a bunch going on with your hand. It's a pretty good candidate to be raising with. But yeah, this is just going to be a fold from Sparks after Fred 3 bets here on the flop.
Yeah,
Sparks is just thinking to himself, this is a super weird line from Fred, but yeah, you're just never doing anything other than folding here.
Yeah, he's going to take his time with that. The many facial expressions of Sparks. Now we can actually see him without the mask. Before we would just see the furrowed brows and look of confusion. And now we actually get to see, the great Sparks has been crushing the game as of late. You can search for him because he's got a book out there. Again, chrissparks.io. Just love giving our friends at least a little bit of plug to all the stuff that he's involved in. Sharp fella. Is there like a list of people that you find to be just exceptionally smarter than your average bear in the poker community? Because it is quite an assortment of people from a variety of different backgrounds that, beyond having card sense and natural intelligence, are also just really smart human beings. I'm trying to think of some who qualify.
Well, I would say in a general sense, the people at the table who like poker observers would consider like fish or whales are typically the smartest people at the table, because people that have a lot of money are typically going to be pretty smart, and they enjoy playing poker and they don't mind losing. Those people generally are just like very smart people.
They're head of companies and heads of industry, and they've had success, but the poker avenue is one for them to have fun and be able to splash around in. So always kind of keep that in mind, not tap the glass if somebody's making dude, we're just here to have fun, at least for the most part.
Yes, 100%. People forget about that all the time. I think if you're watching, you just see people like playing with like huge sharks, huge whales, I should say, is what people would reference them as, and they just think it's just like you're just taking advantage of them. But like for them, they want to come have a good time, and if you're not willing to like facilitate a good time for them, they just are never going to want to play with you again. It's like a big part of like being a poker professional is, facilitating a good time for people who want to have a good time.
In Texas, especially, is the epitome of you give a little action to get a little action, and I think that's part that in this community really irks the guys the most that maybe don't always understand that. We've got the top pair of eights, the steamed Ola, the 8 of spades, 8 of hearts here for Sparks. Chased up with the best hand, top pair, top. Kind of a quiet chase night here. I feel like we haven't had a ton of big chase hands, but
somebody folded ace deuce and would have turned a straight. But as it is, I think Sparks this is just almost always going to be a check here. And he may, if Chase decides to bet, and I think he should, considering how many draws are out there, he may get a call out of Sparks. I think if you're in Sparks' shoes, you check because you're trying to defend your checking range. And Chase bet's really small, so he's obviously calling here with the 8s. But I think Sparks may have even called a little bit more. But as it is, we're going to see a river card.
Dewey probably goes check here on.
Yeah, it's going to be check.
Stephen Tixey, I see a lot of randoms mercilessly criticizing regs that I know are winners. I think a lot of viewers underestimate just how much seeing hole cards in the real time affects their assessment of the game. But, it's pretty natural. This is not anything new. It's the loudest voices are often not the real sources of the thought leaders and people that but we do appreciate people being vocal, leaving us comments. So if you're watching on the archive, we do appreciate leaving us constructive criticism or going on maybe a little bit more elaborate than X player sucks. Hey, this is the world's your oyster here if you're a poker fan. So many different opportunities to get yourself educated and see so many different situations unfolding, whether it be tournaments, cash, and so on. So, Chaz, I'm going to take just a little breather. You good here? You guys need anything?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
I'll hold it down.
I know you will.
Pretty good time for anyone in the chat if you want to say anything, get any questions answered. Throw them out there. See if we can talk about some stuff. I've actually been reading the chat this entire time, but anyone who said anything nice about the stream so far, or me, thank you guys very much. First question, what are your lifetime earnings? Wow, just super upfront, huh? Wow. Do you have a day job? I own a business. I play poker every day, but I wouldn't say I'm a poker professional. It just kind of depends on what your definition of a poker professional is, though. If you define a poker professional as someone who makes money from poker, I guess you could say I'm a poker professional. If you define it as somebody who makes their living solely from poker, I'm not a poker professional. And look at this. Pierre picks up the 7-deuce and 3-bets, trying to take down. Wow. We're going to get a call here from Fred. And these guys are very deep. So it could get pretty interesting here. And Pierre, this is obviously with a hand like 7, yeah, he checks. I was going to say it's not the worst flop to see bet. You have the 7 of spades. So there's some pretty good turn cards that you can barrel on. And Fred, with the right sizing, Fred may have actually folded. But as it is, we see another spade here on the turn. And I think with the added equity of knowing if you bet and Fred folds here, I think you need to be betting if you're Pierre. And I'd go for like a pretty decent sized bet. And he does. He goes for about 300. And it works. And everyone pays him off. Well done from Pierre there. Wins the 450 from the 7-deuce game. So a bunch of stuff came in here on the chat. Let me see if I can go up a little bit. Answered that one. Gary, thank you, brother. Raza, thank you, thank you. Biggest breakthrough in poker? I actually think when I started playing on these streams to now, I have improved a ton. So I would actually put, when I started playing on the streams, it's like a big breakthrough. Also because I think for me, I started to like get recognized a little bit more with like poker. So it actually kind of made me come out of my shell a little bit in terms of like socially playing poker. It was like really good for me. So yeah, I would say playing on the stream, going back and watching all the hands that I played was also super good for me to improve my game. So yeah, I would say those two things, like what they did for my poker game, playing on the streams. Yeah, I would say that's my breakthrough. Did you play last night in the Dallas tourney? No, I did not. I've actually not played in Dallas yet. I think it's pretty safe to say that the Dallas games are probably the best games in the country right now if you want to play poker. But I have not gone there yet. I don't typically travel to play poker, especially because the games I play in San Antonio 6 nights a week and in Austin once a week, and the games are just like too good and they're pretty big for like me to like even need to travel. I probably won't travel to play poker until the WSOP this year. Best year you had playing poker? I mean, I'm not gonna like say any numbers or anything, but you know, if you're good at poker and you play in Texas, you're gonna do very well. Have you played it in H-Town? I've played in Houston. I played at 52 Social, and the games were. Houston's good for PLO. It's not the best for Hold'em. There's not a lot of games above 1-3 in Houston that are in the card rooms. So I think if you play PLO, it's hard to find a better spot in the country to play. But yeah, like Austin and San Antonio and Dallas, all those spots are going to be the best to play. And like that TCH in Dallas is just, it's hard to beat that place. Looks like we have a single board bomb pot here. Pretty good flop. We don't see anyone's hand yet, but you know, typically on these 2 straight flush draw boards, you do get some action. And we'll see what happens here. What's up, Mikey?
All right, good. Every time I go away, it's always aces versus kings or something.
No, I don't think a hand even happened, really.
All right, good deal.
Let's see. It looks like E has the nut flush draw here. And Sparks has 2 pair. I think as far as we know, that's all anyone has so far.
Somebody asked you if you can out-trank Mike. Probably. I'm not quite as badass as I used to be. So, all right. Looking at the 2 pair here, looks like for E. Again, 2 for Sparks, and Jackson 4 is going to hold.
Jackson 4 is the best hand on this board. Wow.
If we go to showdown, but see if anybody decides to live dangerously here in this spot. It does not look like that's going to happen. So
yeah, these single board bomb pots, it's extremely rare that you ever see any types of bluffs going on. But a few more questions here. Do you play any casino games? Not really. I try to stay just to poker. I think especially with the style that I play, it's pretty gambly anyway, so I don't feel like I
Right.
need to like get my itch by going in like the pits or something. Like if I want to gamble, I just like start raising more hands and three betting more on poker and like start drinking more. Like that's my gambling. Uh, do you find that there's a higher variance strategy that is more commonly played at 510 and above in Texas as compared to other regions of the country? Um, I actually think that's a very interesting question, especially because some of the games here in Texas are starting to go more private or invite only. Uh, and if you're not somebody that embraces like uh, upping your variance a little bit in order to like drive action, you're probably not going to be invited to those games where
Yep.
there's like the very juicy action. So yes, I think the variance is higher here in Texas, not just because the buy-ins are bigger, but because you need to play a higher variance style in order to get invited to good games. There's not many just like open 5-10 games that run consistently in
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah, it is tough sledding in some spots. So it's a lot of like who you know and who you can connect with. And all right, we got Bart Hanson here with after the raise by Fred Flintstone. Hanson going to make the call with pocket fives, pocketfives.com. Does I think that website still exists, but all right. Does what else we got? Sean going to fold, so we'll see who else decides to come along. Looks like Sparks and Chase.
Someone said, "Who's your favorite poker player when growing up?" It was for sure Tom Dwan, and I think I'm not as good as Tom Dwan, but I think you can probably see like some semblances of our game because I just like really admired the way that he played. Again, not
That's
saying I'm Dwan.
no, yeah. Nobody.
I'm just saying
nobody
like
ever
you know
will say
some of the
that.
stuff that we do. It's kind of unorthodox. You won't find it in a chart. It's just and
It's right.
actually a pretty interesting flop here. We don't know what Fred has. He's the only one we don't know what he has, and everyone else has something. And he makes a big raise here. Interesting. Yeah, Bar with a pretty easy fold. Sparks decides to get out of the way with the open ender. And, I mean, Chase has middle pair here, a gut shot to the non-nut straight. This is probably just a fold. Fred's representing a very strong range here, multi-way, four-way. Yeah, if you're in Fred's spot, you typically only want to be doing this with, like, super strong hands. Or, like, hands like two-pair that you're trying to get a bunch of equity to fold off of. So if you're in Chase's shoes, your hand just, like, does not play very well against that type of range at all. So probably should be folding. But it is Chase, so we could end up seeing a call here. We'll see.
Still have no idea what Fred Flintstone has in this spot, and who really does know what this man has at some points. There is one question about poker talent we'll try to get to after the hand, but
Yeah,
yep.
Chase decides to fold.
This is a good hypothetical, I guess, for what somebody... Benjamin, do you think Austin will create the next generation of top poker stars, or do you think poker talent is still concentrated? Like, I don't think it's concentrated anywhere. I think great players can come from absolutely anywhere around the world, and now with the way online things are, that you can get so much more advanced education into the game, whether it be Bart's side or anybody. I mean, like, there's a lot of different avenues that I don't think there's ever going to be a area code that just has all of the top talent because they just come from everywhere.
Yeah, and I think, like, when you say top poker stars, I don't particularly think of, like, the top talent.
Right.
I don't think that's going to come out of Texas just because, like, the style of Texas poker is so different than what you would say, like, a GTO poker style is, for
Right.
example. But the potential for poker stars to come out of Austin or, like, the more generally Texas, I think that is possible. Just because I think Texas poker is a lot more personality driven, and it kind of goes back to what I was saying about you need to be able to have like a higher variance style, for example, to get in bigger games. I think having a likable personality is another big part of that. And when you talk about poker stars, I think that something that's been lacking for a long time in poker has been personalities, people that watchers relate to, that fans relate to. I think there's a lot of people like that in Texas that people would be drawn to. It's just a matter of just like getting the word out there and more exposure. And Texas poker is still in its infancy, man.
Yeah.
There's some live streams popping up. This one being the biggest one, the best one, but it's still in its infancy. So there's
Yeah.
there'll be time for poker stars, as you put it, to develop, and I think they will.
I think that was what the coolest realization of all of this is, and I have tried to drop ego aside because it's just sort of like, as a poker fan, it's just like we were a part of the birth. Like, don't slice it any other way. Like, Live at the Bike was the first to do it, and we all kind of followed after that. And Best Bet came along, I think, just a little bit before we were, and then we figured out a way to make a mainstream product without having to have like a big Hollywood production and Poker Go or any of that kind of stuff. So it's really cool just to see all of these streams every single night. That if I have a night free, I'm probably watching a poker stream for at least a couple of minutes and getting a beat on the community. So there's all of these serve the bigger purpose of continuing to grow this game, and we have our place, and other streams have got their place, and we're all just here for the players and the experience for it. And I think you hit it right on the head. It's still very much in the infancy, and a bright future ahead for everybody is. All right, here Jack 4 Deuce says pocket 8's still good here for Sean, and most likely with Bones going to be clicking the check fold button. Yeah, and Bart Hanson, one of those guys that was a part of the people that helped pave the way. So it is kind of something unique, knowing that I was watching those streams back in 2005, and now we got Bart as kind of a semi-part of the TCH team here. But we see biggest winners and non-winners here this evening. As Michael Foscom picked out, you are excellent poker commentator. I agree. Mitch
thank
Heck,
you.
these streams saved me during the pandemic. Golf saved me, says Raza. But back to that thing like stars and talent. I think that, but like there is another point there too that I think this particular kind of game also expounds. Oh my God, there's Apple. There is the goat right
it's
there.
Apple.
Stop what we're saying. Apple is at least in the vicinity of the table.
Everybody loves Apple.
And if you don't, you really should. And now here's Bart 3-betting. Or nope, no. We have a flat call off the straddle, then raising and opening here with ace jack. So
Yeah, and
maybe
by the
he read
way,
all our comments.
yeah. By the way, different situation here with the ace jack than before, where he folded the ace jack. This is against a limp from early position, Fred. So obviously ace jack is a for sure slam dunk open. As before, where there was some debate whether ace jack was a full 3-bet or call. And Sparks putting in the 3-bet here against Bart with the ace-3 of spades. And this is kind of on the fringe of what you want to put in your 3-betting range against Bart here. I think this is for sure like the worst hand you want to be doing it with. Otherwise, you're going to be doing it too much against Bart, who's going to be playing pretty close to GTO, or as much as you can. So we'll see what Bart decides to do here. This is a hand that he may decide to put in his 4-betting range, because it's not a hand that plays well at all out of position when flatting. So, and it does look like he is going to go for a 4-bet here. And yeah,
Wow.
he does go for the 4-bet. So all you chat pros out there, take that. Bart
Take
stepping
that,
it
Bart
up.
Hanson.
4 bets with the ace jack offsuit after folding it earlier. So it kind of shows you why situational awareness is so important in poker. Bart kind of identifying the differences in the situations and accordingly adjusting his play with the same exact hand that he had. So really nice play from Bart there. Another thing with Bart is kind of playing off of his image. He may know that people perceive him as being tight right now, so that allows him to open up his 4-betting range a little bit more. Unfortunately for Sparks, he just has like the bottom of his 3-betting range there, and that's kind of going back to what I was talking about, kind of having too wide of a 3-betting range. Ace-3 spades may be a little bit too wide. You may want to just be doing it with ace-5 of spades and ace-4 of spades, or ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited, because against a guy like Bart, you're probably just going to be getting 4-bet too much if you're 3-betting with too wide of a range, and it kind of shows itself right there. So back to Bart, really nice and well played.
Right. Revenge range for Bart as, again, his first time playing live poker, and I think over 14 months. So, a couple hours in, the instincts might be kicking back into gear. and certainly showed it here on that part. So E going to raise up with what is a $100 straddle, it looks like. Going to raise this up out of the small blind with the fake aces, the ace-4 offsuit. Todd do so. Again, part of the Bob Woodruff Foundation, which you can get a link to in our chat description, calling for 350. And yabba dabba do. We got Fred Flintstone putting in a call. No, if okay. I wondered if he was going to put in a very small.
Fred does not want to
mid-clip.
show us his cards tonight, by the way.
We've
seen very few of his cards
He's
recently.
guessed the hand. And he could have 9-6. He could have 10-6 here at this point. Who in the Lord knows is. Alec Torelli said Chips Bart is so situationally aware. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's been there around the block and then some as far as within the poker scene and also with the show that he's doing. Like, this guy's mentally rehearsed all of these situations before, so it's, not kissing his ass or anything, but it's just like for anybody that wants to talk shit, it's just like, what? Okay, it's time for the soundbite from Michael Jordan. It's due time.
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help.
Did you see that Saturday Night Live bit they had the other night of the Last Dance?
Michael Peel.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good.
With Peel
So good.
and the security guard. Oh, that's great.
I loved hearing I could hear the audience getting super uncomfortable for some of the bit too. It was great. They didn't know if they could laugh at certain parts. Oh, it was so good.
Yeah, you always know you've maybe done something good if you've made the Saturday Night Live woke crowd get a little uncomfortable in spots. So
They're like, I really want to laugh right now, but should I?
Should
I?
I? Canceled. Chaz has been canceled.
Oh,
We
no,
have all been canceled.
I'm joining Bones. I'm canceled now as well.
Cancel camp? The Trump of Texas? Oh, Christ, that's still so funny. There has to be somebody we can bribe to get the audio of that. Just telling chat pros to SMD, and it's fantastic. Okay, Sparks with the raise up to 150. Because there's a specific tone that he was getting into that was just vintage. All right, but 1,400 live viewers, continue to hit that like button for us. Appreciate you. Spread the good word of Texas poker. 331 likes, solid. But I know our chat pros can reach in for more. Look at this hand.
Wow. So Chase flops top 2. Fred has top pair. We've seen Fred donk in a bunch of these situations, but he decides to check this time. Sparks has some decent equity here, obviously with having the gut shot, and then he does have backdoor flush outs. Interesting decision from Chase here between flat or raise. He does decide to raise. I wonder if Fred is going to come along here. He has top pair. He's been a little sticky tonight, so I wouldn't be surprised to see at least one call. Chase's raise does look super strong here because there's no flush draw on board. You have to be thinking, would Chase be raising with a hand like King Jack, for example?
Yep.
If he's not, that means that his raising range here is super unbalanced towards strong hands. We'll see if Sparks picks up on that. I don't think even with the gut shot that we'll be seeing a call here. I guess it is possible. If you do assume that Chase's range is super strong, you could think that your Jack is clean. But there is always just that possibility that Chase does have a hand like, Ace King, King 9 that does have you drawing like super dead if you do turn the straight. So don't mind the fold there from Sparks.
Solid Chase here tonight. We've seen different versions of him. Wild Man Chase, Rampage Chase, Bet Every Hand Chase. And now we're in that kind of sweet spot for him where he's being a little bit more selective with some of the hands he plays. So we'll see if that continues. Here we are. John Shack of ATX Poker apparently sending us some torchy, so we'll await that. So appreciate that. Again, busy night for us. Hey, we do want to give you an update on the Bad Beat Jackpot, now crossing over $40,000 throughout all of our clubs. Check out TexasCardHouse.com to see how you qualify. Again, I forget it every single time because the losing hand must be 4 of a kind, 10s or higher, losing to a straight flush or higher. So not totally impossible. All right, Sparks here with the dude talking, the 10-8 of clubs. That's literally my hand. It's the suit and all. I don't know if he knows that, but he is a smart guy who watches the stream, so maybe he does. Top 2 here for Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, and if you're in Sparks' shoes, obviously you need some hands in your range that are just give ups. You don't want to be c-betting 100% of the time, and 10-8 of clubs falls into that range on Ace-Jack 5 all spades. So, pretty straightforward hand there for Sparks. Just gives up.
Noah Johnson, Texas Card House has 4 locations in Texas, right? Yes. Will they expand to other states? I think the reason why it's strictly here is just because of the legality of poker and the social card club method, and whereas I think other states generally there's a different kind of protocol and procedure too. I think that would probably be, if you were to ask the founders of all of this and people in charge, like that would probably be a goal someday, but that's so complicated to try to weave through and figure out, is the brand strong enough to survive in another state? I don't know, but maybe we'll see that this becomes a regular thing for poker in other states. Is follow the card house model, timed rake.
Texas is just so unique in that regard in terms of like how poker is structured here, having no rake, paying hourly instead of the house taking a drop out of every pot. It'd be pretty, unless like it's they do like a casino type thing. It would have to they'd have to expand into like a casino type thing to, I think, expand out of Texas just because it's so unique here.
Yeah, and I think there was some legislation trying to be introduced, but that, as it always does for casinos in Texas, pretty much was kind of a pipe dream. So you always see those headlines, casinos coming, and I'm just like, I just never believe it or take it with any grain of salt because of the bureaucratic power and interest and all that stuff. So that is a discussion for another day, but it does make for good fodder to speculate on. All right, we have an open by, I keep saying it, Pierre. I kept calling him Pierre for a while because that's what it looks
I think
like,
it's
but it's
supposed to be
Pierre.
Pierre. I think
it's
it's
a little
supposed to
more
be Pierre.
accented.
I don't know. I say Pierre.
Yeah,
I'm
if
just
he
rolling with
hasn't looked
Pierre.
at you weird, then that's probably the correct. Right. Here we go. And timeout. Here we see. There we go. All right, we'll get our flop here.
Yeah, we haven't seen a flop yet. Ace-6 offsuit on the button. I think this is probably typically a fold. But here we are, and it looks like we have a bet and a call. We haven't seen the flop yet, but it looks like we are for sure going to see at least a turn. And
Scanning. There we go. Oh,
there we go.
a couple of ladies. Not there on the board.
And yeah, we'll let the action catch up a little bit. Bet 375 and a call. Is that correct?
That appears so. As
Did Todd call like a big bet on the turn there? Wow.
not a believer in the Pierre. Shit.
Well, Pierre is obviously going to be going for some value here, and he has to put Todd on a pretty decent hand. So I would imagine he's going to go pretty big. And let's see what he goes with. It looks like maybe about 1,000. He bets 900. And I mean, if you're in Todd's shoes, if you haven't believed him this entire time, and then he's betting bigger on the river, I mean, he's basically representing a full house with something like 8s or better. So I mean, if you haven't believed him yet, I mean, the 7 doesn't change anything. So I wouldn't be completely shocked if we do see a call with ace high here. We'll see though, and he does decide to believe the story on the river there. So he gives it up.
All right. Pierre picking up the pot. Our friend Todd do so again, raising money for the Bob Woodruff Foundation. Find them on tch.atx for the post that can link to how you can make a contribution at Stand for Heroes. And we'll carry on here on our Monday edition. We stream 6 nights a week between Austin and Dallas. Make sure to click subscribe so you don't miss out on all the fantastic action that is happening night for night. Tournament final tables, big cash games, all Texas poker you know and love. Join us here in the chat as well. So Gary K asking or saying well, hey, now that Sheldon is dead, when do we get online poker? Yeah, I'm mixed on that because I think they're kind of complementary towards live and online. But it certainly, I think that has been the drum that everybody has been beating within the poker community to hopefully maybe find a way to legal status. But I don't know if you know this, Chaz. There are a lot of pressing things in the world that seem to be getting more attention than online poker, and I don't understand why. The environment.
It seems crazy to me, Mikey. I can't explain it.
Infrastructure,
Yeah.
okay. Trolling aside here, Seven-deuce game in effect, and Sean now may be victim to it against Tony, which Tony donated to Sean on the Seven-deuce game, and now it's time for Tony's revenge.
Yeah, look at this. The roles are reversed. We'll see what Tony decides to do here. He's going to be more likely to flat being in position here with the queens, but we will see. Would not be surprised to see a 4-bet, and it does look like he's reaching for 4-bet chips. And I would imagine Sean's going to give... Oh, wow. I'm really interested to see what amount Tony made it here, because it looks like Sean's really thinking about it. And if I saw it correctly, it looked like he did 4-bet. Letting the graphics catch up a little bit here so we can get this exact bet size.
Yeah.
Because Sean is really thinking about it here with 7-deuce.
Do you think he made it something small like 15? Because it has to be a size that's inviting enough for Sean to at least ponder trying to maybe make a move at it. But he will give up what was sacrificed to him. And we can't really eat this on the air because I don't want 1,400 people listening to us gnawing down on chips and queso like, oh, that hand there, Chaz. So we might have to eat this in small breaks. But hey, Stephen McIntyre, good friend in the chat.
ATX poker about that?
Yeah. He was just
Shout out
like,
to
he
him.
was
That
listening. He heard us talking about food. Like, are you hungry? I'll send this.
Oh, that was really
I kind of
nice.
tipped
Thank you.
him on. I kind of gave him like, hey, you should do the Dogecoin thing, and he's done pretty well on that. So just paying a favor back for both of us. So
Awesome.
maybe Carol. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. What do we got? The trailer park and the crossroads. Nobody absolutely wants to hear us eat, but we.
Maybe that's the content that they do want, Mikey.
Solve. What's that?
So maybe that's the content that they do want. They want to hear us munching down while we're watching poker.
Bart Hanson. As I stuff a taco in my face. Jack King off. The crate goes all in with the race up to 175. Shout out at Great Goes All. I haven't seen him in the chat here for a while, but he has popped in here occasionally. So, CC at TCH Live. Impossible to have a stream without talking about food on here. Everybody loves food. So that's what's drifting some of our chat topics. But the tacos are from Torchy's. So, yeah, I am frothing at the mouth here currently. But, all right, 5, 10, 25.
Are you just going to stare at it the rest of the stream?
Yeah, I'm just going to imagine myself eating it. I may
sitting
have
right next to you. You have to smell
one
it.
fast, and I will be right back. So give me a moment to...
Go mow it down, Mikey.
Yeah. Record time.
The most famous hand of the night here, ace-jack offsuit. E decides to open it up. And I think threes are a pretty standard call here out of the small blind if you're Sean. Not really a great three-betting hand. But look at this. Sparks picks up king-queen offsuit, and I would imagine Sparks probably likes to three-bet these types of hands, but he does decide to call. King-queen offsuit, typically people are three-betting a lot, but the problem with three-betting a lot of your offsuit hands like that is you can start to have way too many hands like king-queen offsuit or ace-jack offsuit, ace-10 offsuit in your three-betting range, and you don't have enough premium, so don't mind just playing it as a call. Anyway, no one really flops anything here. Well, sorry. E flopped a full house. No one else really flopped anything other than Gutter from Sparks. We do see a queen, so Sparks could put a little bit more money in here. And E does check again. Very sneaky. And Sparks, we may see a small bet from Sparks here. After E checks twice. Be pretty interesting to see. And he does bet pretty small, looks like. Maybe, is that 200 or 300?
Yeah.
He bets 300. So he goes, half pot. It's decent size bet. We'll see what sizing E goes with here. Whatever E does here is going to look extremely strong. So I would imagine he's not going to go too big. I would think maybe something in like the 850 range is what I would expect him to raise to. He's just going to get a absurd amount of credit here, no matter what sizing he goes with. He goes pretty big, and I would imagine Sparks is just going to fold pretty quick here. Yeah. And he did a good job in that hand. He probably got the max. No one really had anything, so good job by E.
Well, how to stuff tacos down in a minute here by your boy Dude Talking. So, hey, keeping a patrol on the likes, 352 likes currently. Keep helping us spread the good word of TCH Live. Click subscribe if you've not done so yet. So this is your courtesy gift of ATX Poker.
Ah.
Wait, there's actually even more tacos in here that I did not even, no, never mind, that's the case. So I was like, what?
I'll save this for after the stream. Shout
Before
out
you
to
go
ATX
out
Poker.
there and try
Thank
to
you.
destroy these guys.
Yeah. Be perfect. Little fuel to play for a few hours. I think there's a big storm coming through here later, so be a good opportunity to play some poker.
Yeah, that is, got a little bit this afternoon, expected this evening. It's been a weird weather time here within Austin, just a lot of swings. But speaking of swings, here comes Todd, 3-bet here to 400.
Interesting. And
Ace Jack time, everyone's favorite hand.
And it looks like, by the way, I think we've had this $50 straddle here for a while now. I wonder if they decided to make it mandatory for the rest of the stream or if it's just a one-round thing. But we're definitely seeing some bigger hands now because of it. Chase, okay, he does decide to fold the Ace Jack here. And I think for Bones, it's a pretty clear just call, especially considering Todd's stack size. If you 4-bet, you're going to put yourself in a really tough decision if he flats or goes all in. So, yeah, see a flop here. And Todd does get there with the king.
Has collected on one of his 3 ounces. Bones will check it to him.
And I think typically in Bones' spot here, you want to be calling at least once with 10s. That calculation could change based on his perception of Todd as a player. If he thinks that Todd is only 3-betting in extremely tight range or only c-betting with a king here, then he might fold. And it looks like he does fold. And Todd does show him the king. So good fold from Bones.
Michael Vo, Chaz, could you comment on your biggest win or loss in one session? Don't have to share that, but even at least a question that has been posed.
The biggest loss, I don't know the exact number, but it's probably somewhere around 15, 16, 17,000. I mean, I've been in 2 games for, I think the most I've ever been into a game is 30,000 in terms of like what my buy-in is total for that session. But yeah, it's about that out. Just, to lose that much in the stakes that I play, you have to run pretty bad, and that happens from time to time. So.
And yeah, you've had some pretty big booms as we've seen on the stream and otherwise.
And especially playing like on this stream, some of the other big games that I play, I've lost like in like the $12,000 to like $15,000 range like several times. I mean, that happens. It just is what it is. Especially with my style, I'm playing like much looser than most people would be in a lot of the same situations. So.
Yeah, there was a stretch where you were kind of tight Chaz, and there was tight where you were kind of like crazy Chaz, and then there was, I felt like a stretch during July and August where it was just you and Bones getting big pairs and having to play like jacks versus queens against each other. I felt like it happened like way too many more times than I could have imagined, but.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I play is always super dependent on the table for that night. It's not that I go through like certain phases of like, playing a certain way. It's always just super player dependent. So it kind of just depends on like the players that are in the game that I'm playing in. For example, in these more recent streams where you have some much stronger players playing, you just by default have to play a lot tighter, or else you're just going to be bleeding a lot of money. Like despite the fact that I want to be playing a lot of hands and 3-betting and 4-betting a bunch of crazy stuff, it's kind of like that same situation going back to like Sparks, for example, where Bart was kind of able to take advantage of him 3-betting too wide with the ace-3 of spades. It's the same situation with me where you would see me 3-betting like a random like 6-3 suited for like no good reason, or like king 9 suited for no good reason, in spots where you're not supposed to be 3-betting or 4-betting. In these lineups, it's just a lot tougher to do that type of stuff unless you just like want to lose a lot of money. So it's always just it's like my play style is just always super dependent on the player pool. And earlier on, there just wasn't a lot of people who were capable of exploiting me.
Right.
So it was just a lot easier to get away with that type of stuff.
And now, do you feel like you've had to adjust to the readjustments because people kind of understand, like, this is Chaz and he's going to do all sorts of crazy shit? Do you get that sense, or is it still people still kind of playing through you through a lot of spots? I don't know.
People definitely perceive me as being like very crazy still. I've definitely on stream been called down a lot lighter than most other people would be, which can play to my favor. But it's very hard for me to just play like a tight ABC, like very few bluff type of game. Like I'm just always gonna be just like willing to like splash around and be, action, especially on a stream game. I like to like bring the action, especially when people are watching. So, and we see, and look at this, Pierre is 3-betting here with the 7-deuce suited against Sean with ace king.
So we'll see if this.
And I think if you're in Sean's shoes, I prefer a 4-bet. I think it's a much more clear 4-bet if you are a little bit shallower, but these guys are super deep. We're talking about 12K effective here, so a flat wouldn't be the worst play in the world, but I still prefer a 4-bet. It'd be really nice to just take it down here with the ace-king offsuit if you can. We'll see what he decides to do. And he is reaching for some pink, so we're going to be seeing a 4-bet here.
Yeah, that is
And
what
it's
it
a
appears.
pretty big one.
That is what it appears as. Back here to Pierre, if you didn't catch that one. 950 more for him, so if he wants to try to do anything, he is living awfully dangerously, and he is sure as hell thinking about it, but I think he will probably find the fold button here, as a number of guys have tried to get this 7-deuce off, and it's not, and here with the 7-deuce suited either, is going to bite the dust.
A nice play from Sean there.
Hey, we have John Smith here in the chat saying that England's poker rooms are open, but Scotland's are but still closed in Scotland. John Smith, also the moniker for Doctor Who. So fun fact for you. Hey, Texas Touch, Erica here. Stephen Tick says Chad's one of those folks I love to hate play with. Really challenges me to be on my stuff in a way that is mentally rewarding, but also might fleece me, which is. Yeah, pretty much right on the nose there, pal.
Steven has played on the street before?
Yeah, it was Mr. Delivery that Steven Tixan kind of needles everybody. Not the quiet type.
Yeah, real good guy. Fun to play with. I believe he's from Chicago.
Chi-town. Yeah, there's been a contingent of Chicago folks coming on.
Look at this. We have a double straddle on in this hand. We're just going to be calling the 25, the big blind. We had a straddle 50, a re-straddle 100, and Bart opens up the jack 9 of diamonds. And it looks like Sean decided just to call with the ace queen of spades. Kind of an interesting decision. Don't mind doing it with the suited variety, just a flat there. It's a flop. It's a hand that obviously plays really well post flop, and you want to see a flop. So, especially against Bart's under the gun opening range. So I think I saw a 7-deuce folded as well. I think we did not see a 3-bet from a 7-deuce, but alas, here we go.
There we are.
And a very good flop here for Bart.
Gutter ball with the jack high diamonds. Both players very clearly missing it, but Sean with some overcards and backdoor spades, but he could opt for the float depending on a bet size here, but
yeah, I believe that Sean needs to be calling at least one street here. You've got some very strong backdoors. You've got 2 overcards that could be good. He does decide to fold. And Fred is obviously going to be folding here. And Bart just takes it down here with the jack high.
Robert asking, so in the other tables that aren't on camera, how often is a straddle expected? It's not. It's such a general question that it can very well be different for 1-2 or 2-5. Like it's very player dependent. I don't think in 1-2 you're going to see a ton of it, but
Probably
Yeah, probably 50. Yeah, 2-5, you're probably going to see a higher propensity to find players that want to push the action a little bit further. So maybe. I mean, I'm not saying it's just like it is. You get a guy like Chase in the game, and then all of a sudden guys are perking up a little bit. So all right, I'm going to put down the straddle. Maybe not as hardcore as our boy Chase does, but yeah, 50-50 with Carolyn said probably, yeah, accurate. All right, boy, did we get a triple straddle to 100 here? Looks like there's 25, 50, 1 hundo. Yeah, okay. Round of a hundo. People talking about Bart Hanson's calves. That bid is so like, what, 2016? I don't know. People still talk about Bart Hanson's calves for some reason. So
People talk about my calves when I go on the stream.
Really?
It's a funny thing, yeah.
Why are people obsessed with calves?
People like the calves, man.
They just stand out in such a way.
I guess so.
They must assume you're able to dunk at some point in your life. That guy probably used to throw down thundering dunks. And all right, Fred Flintstone's going to lead at this with the old 9-4. Todd had checked to start. Bart is going to call his second pair. His potential backdoors does turn the jack of diamonds.
Yeah, not really sure why Fred bet that flop. Yeah, this should just be check, check. Or no, I mean, Bart could probably go for some thin value here. It's kind of hard to imagine hands that he's going to get value from, but he just like always has the best hand here, so you have to go for something.
That something is 225, and we'll get the check fold, or 250 or so. All right, as we continue TCH Live, Mike Youngblood, Big Daddy Chaz. You can follow us on Instagram at tch.atx. Victoria saying E has very nice calves, no bias. I bet he does. Looking a little more svelte these days too, so I'm gonna have to take his inspiration on some point, cut some of the accumulated beer belly and snack time quarantine treats at some point. But he big winner of a weight loss bet and living
he
large,
did real good on that
living
weight
not
loss bet.
so large, but
Nick said
calves.
Big Daddy calves.
Big Daddy calves from Nick from Yuma.
I like that.
There you go. Masturbate. This is almost like more annoying than we were when we first started coming up with the mask mandate. Troll season is in full bloom here at TCH. It's raised up to 500. Todd.
Todd picking up a couple of Cowboys here. Pretty big race size to 500.
See if anybody's got a playable hand, and it does not look like it. So we continue a round of $100 straddles. Sorry, that's Sean. Ethan with a very smart ass comment.
I heard that comment the same time you did.
What? that's
Oh, that's great.
Crumb cookies after the tacos. No, I am not a desserts person, so I will indulge, but I'm just never actively pursuing it. So it's just nothing but C4, rain, and Torchies and Whataburger apparently is. Nonetheless, leave us a comment if you're watching on the archive. Hit subscribe. We almost have to make a like mark. Like we're gonna get a goal to 500 or 600. Some people want to do broth bombs. We're gonna have to take a lot of likes for probably to get you and I to do a chicken broth and tequila shot here at this point.
What, you and me?
You look like you do not have any interest in any more alcohol after the week.
I'll drink. I don't care.
That's my man.
If the people want me to drive, I mean, we're getting towards the end of the stream already, but we probably should have started earlier. But
yeah, if we really wanted to be getting hammered, we would have started earlier, and that could have made for some wonderful entertainment. But
next time we do it,
I've been trying to keep it. I've been trying to keep my drinking on the stream pretty minimal. So I got accused of being a drunk.
we got an hour.
Yeah, I got an hour yet. Every time I say that, they'll put a drink in my hand.
the last
I'm like, oh, all right, fine.
We make the last 30 minutes real wild.
Woo! Make sure you get bone sauced like really quick.
We'll get bones in here the last 15 minutes. See what happens.
All right, Bart here with pocket nines out of the straddle. We had Tony getting to finish 5th place in the WSOP main event in 2020. Had a bet of 250. Just want to make sure I remind you of that. As UB CEO, Mike always sounds hammered, LOL. Yeah, I have enough of kind of like if I slur it and speak slowly, you're just like, is this guy drunk or something, or why is he silly? But no, despite the chat's reputation of me, I really probably, between me and Aaron, I think I drink less than Aaron on the stream, to be honest. But I drink way less as far as routinely. That's not a shot at my boy Aaron. He's a great friend, but all right, Bart here going to go to showdown with pocket nines. I do drink more than Bart Hanson on the stream. I will say that. So, all right, Michael Davis, Chaz, killing it in the booth again. What's going on, buddy? Great to have you here.
Thank you, brother.
Plants love electrolytes. Oh yeah, I like money.
Mikey, next time we do this, we'll just get absolutely sloshed.
Yeah,
and
well, next time we will have like the drunk edition so people can be prepared for it, and then try to bait me into getting canceled. All of a sudden rambling on about somebody who's in a mass debate. Like, listen, you mother... Going on about some tangent of how I'm the best broadcaster ever, and I heard somebody else did that to hilarious results. I
Really?
won't say who, though, but, you know, berated in the chat about how great he was. Aaron's from Wisconsin. Aaron went to Wisconsin. He's from New Mexico, Colorado, but if you do get an education as a Badger, it does. You do have to do a KEG standard orientation before you go to University of Madison. So, and that is no disrespect. All right, here we go. Tony going to raise up here with ace-8 of diamonds on the button with the $100 straddle around. Triple straddle indeed. See if anybody has a yeah. Pierre may have a chance to defend, but we'll have Sparks behind him.
He just has to go for a call here. Queen check offsuit. Probably not the best 3-betting hand, so don't mind just a flat there. I think it's better to fold than 3-bet there, so he just has to call. And yeah, here we go. We're going 3 ways to a flop. And Tony, kind of a weird one. Doesn't really have much going on for his hand, but I mean, he can credibly represent some decent strength hands here. So he decides to kind of keep up with his range advantage and try and take it down here. I imagine this is just like a one-street C-bet.
Okay, be careful. It's so hard when you're trying to, especially say, look at Sparks stack there as a dealer. You're trying to deal around that. And it can be kind of tough as far as...
What are you saying? This hand's a misread?
No,
oh, in the future.
Okay, okay.
For the voice of the future. I see. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Jimmy bluffing with a request here. We're getting a little too... We're going to draw the line here. Timeout. We can have fun here in the chat, but let's keep it somewhat reasonable. Okay. Yeah, Pierre with the open under... Blanks on the turn, and it is going to be Tony here with the bet here.
Yeah, Tony really went for it on that turn. Kind of a, even though he had some equity, kind of a no equity type of bluff there, and takes it down.
All right, again, comments welcome. Join us here in the chat. Hit that like button. We have not had very many super stickers or super chats, so if you want to get a special shout out here in this evening, if you're enjoying all the content that you enjoy, and we're almost at the 400 like mark, so let's keep that momentum train rolling. Put out your 100 there, Chase. He's ready for it. They all know it's coming. A round of $100 straddles here as.
You think we'll see some more $500 straddles tonight?
Nobody has. Well, maybe Chase at the end of the stream if he's been kind of card dead, but I would say the odds of it happening are much more favorable than you think. Bob just killing it here in the chat comments. He has got some major burns, and none of them include me, which is probably a first. All right, Chase here with the 4-3 off as Sparks out of the double straddle at this point, raising up to 300, and we're going head up. So top pair here for Sparks and Chase with 4 high. So
Yeah, Sparks deciding to raise here with the King 8 against straddle over straddle, and Chase comes along with the 4-3 offsuit and whiffs completely. So easy pot there for Sparks.
All right, what else we got going on here at your Texas Card House? We have two 2-5 games running right now at our Texas Austin location. 2-1-2 no limit tables to go along with our 5-10 stream, our WPT Steps series. The monthly main event is not going to be this Sunday, but the following Sunday. The WPT Steps 2 main, monthly main. So we've already gotten 2 monthly main winners, George Bronstein and Ricardo. The first to earn their way into Steps 3 for the right to go to the WPT Steps Championship if you win the Step 3 tournament. It's not as confusing as you think. If you want the full details, check out our website, TexasCardHouse.com, with participation at Houston, Austin, and Rio Grande Valley. So Pierre here with pocket sixes. And I wanted to call him Neil Diamond. But Neil D, $5. You guys are dope. I'll take that. Dope.
Sparks 3-betting here with the King Jack offsuit. It's kind of interesting to see Sparks has a pretty wide 3-betting range. I mean, he's putting in a lot of offsuit combos, and when you start to put in a lot of offsuit combos in your 3-betting and 4-betting range, you can really open it up way too wide. But he does decide to 3-bet here against Pierre, and Chase looks like he is contemplating calling here with the ace-9 of clubs. Be a pretty interesting call.
He's sick of folding. That is.
Yeah. We've seen a new Chase tonight. He does fold, as he should in that spot.
Maybe it's the hat on backwards there, just giving him a little extra hope to be one of the cool kids.
And Pierre should obviously be calling here. Never 4-betting, never folding. So we'll see a call out of Pierre here eventually, and we'll be seeing a flop.
I wonder if Sparks is taking a more advantageous approach because he knows that the word out is that he is being perceived as a tight player, so he can find moments like this to try to capitalize. But like you said, we'll see if any other players are able to catch on after this week on a slight deviation from some of his normal play. And I bet Sparks has probably more insight as to why exactly he may be trying to capitalize on this. So he's going to flop top pair, though. So
yeah, and actually for Sparks, it's kind of an interesting decision between betting and checking here. I think King Jack with the Jack of Hearts is actually a decent check back candidate to kind of protect your check back range and to kind of have some kings in there. It's a pretty good king to have. But as it is, he does decide to c-bet it. Goes up with about 1/3, and Pierre folds pretty quickly on a terrible board for him.
Nick from Yuma says my chat pip is 37%. Yeah, that's a brilliant term, a chat pip. That if you how many times you voluntarily put into the chat. Let's keep hitting that like button, folks. We'll keep on keeping on. Last hour of the show.
25, 50, 100.
Yeah, the $100 triple straddle going to be put out there by Bones, as we've had almost an entire full round of it here at this point. And
Chase with 1% PFR.
what?
Wow.
Is that a glitch? Is that like
What's
that
happening?
Can't be. I mean, it is for real though. So
Wow.
Mark Goon, look at Bark's big voluptuous calf implants! Exclamation point, $2 super chat. Thank you. All right, a raise up here by Ted. So with up to 450. Fred Flintstone is not going to mess around with the 7-Dewey game. Davis, what are the values for each color chip? $5 reds, $25 greens, $100 blacks, $500 pinks, and the 1K plaques. Simple enough. As E is going to call after the early position raise is get with Jack 10 suited.
That's a very interesting flop here. E is off. He's obviously going to be calling at least one street. We'll see what sizing Todd goes with here. And he sizes up. That's a very big bet. E is not going to like this, but his hand is a little bit too strong to fold right now. We're going to be seeing a turn card. And there's some interesting ones out there. And that may be a bit of an action killer. No one has a club. They both have top pairs. They feel pretty content with their showdown value. But as it is, it looks like Todd's still going for it. And it's kind of interesting. E could possibly perceive this as some kind of no pair club type hand and go one more street just because he's getting such a good price. He only has to be right about a quarter of the time in this spot. And he's probably right around that range of being good about 25% of the time. So it's pretty close between fold and call here. Against Todd in particular, I think E's probably just going to give it up. But we'll see. I wouldn't be shocked to see a call.
An inquisitive look over there as he does one of those things that I think you were one of the first I recall doing to shuffle the chips on the rail, and I think somebody had asked about that. So
yeah,
it was like Westlake Matt does it too. Was there any particular reason? Because I think somebody had a question I forgot to ask it. It's probably a simple
it just
answer,
feels
though.
a little bit more comfortable because the tables are really tall.
Yep.
And it's pretty steep from like the rail down to the felt. So it's a little bit more awkward kind of shuffling chips on the felt. It just feels a little bit more natural up on the rail. Yeah, that's why I do it.
Yeah.
No big insight there. It just kind of is what it is.
Yeah, that's one missing element. Again, the table's up a little bit high, and then you've got the Texas Card House logo around it. So, yeah, I mean, it's not too uncommon. Mark, I would like to kiss Mike one time for $2. Well, get in line there,
For
pal.
$2.
Yeah, that's
Pretty cheap, Mikey.
yeah. I'm not. For that price, I'm gonna say you're gonna have to open the wallet a little bit more. I got rent due in like about a couple of weeks, and these shows only contribute so much of that. And my other sportscasts, I'm not making this much money here, folks. $2 for a kiss is not gonna happen. But I will whore myself out for other. Okay, I'm kidding. Chase gonna open. I just wanted to do it to make Chaz laugh. So, race to 380 here by Chaz of the 8-deuce and Todd.
By Chase? You pulled a bones. You called Chase Chaz.
Oh boy. Well, I guess that would be one of your moves.
By the way, Chase 1% PFR all night and then decides to raise the 8-deuce offsuit.
God bless America.
So this is the misread. He has 7-deuce.
Oh,
He does
okay,
have
so
7
the
deuce.
8. Okay.
Oh, now that makes sense.
That does make a little bit.
And he gets paid.
Follows along a line of that makes logical sense. Poker Bunny, I have no idea. There's new vloggers popping up like every other day. It's like cockroaches. One goes down and then 5. And that's no disrespect. It's just, it's a difficult task.
I think it's just a lot tougher than people think it is, and it's also very hard to grow an audience.
Oh, yeah.
Especially in like a niche market where it's starting to get very saturated with people who want to do it. I think the guys who got in early, it's almost like a crypto. Like they're very lucky to have gotten in early and built the audience that they did and have the opportunities that they have now. They just got in at the right time, whereas now it's just like not like the greatest time to get in.
Yeah,
If
unless
you're
you've got,
good, you're going
really-
to make it, but
unless you've got something really, Alan Piscitello with the Brutus Poker vlog, check that out. It's a good friend, Alan. But I
Look at
had a
this.
thought, and then I realized I don't have a thought. So we got Bart opening here
straddled
with
at
Ace King.
200, and Bart picks up Ace King.
I guess I was going to say, unless you have something that's a really big deviation, that's attention-grabbing, and you could throw marketing dollars into try to pump your visibility. Like, it's not impossible, but I will say, Victoria, I think we all want to see a Drunk Bones poker vlog. We've tried to suggest for the anti-sweat vlog for Bones where he could just talk shit about everybody freely. And critique everybody else's vlog, but I think he has a little too much class and not enough desire to do so. But all right, Ace 5 going to be called by Fred Flintstone and Bart Hanson. Bart Hanson, as they sometimes call him out in the chat streets. Yeah, that's what. All right, $10 super chat here from JTN. Chaz Bernie, Mikey, so brilliant is so worth $10. Yeah, everybody tries to dunk on me, but that's all right. We've got a open ender here for Fred Flintstone. It would not be fun if I didn't get burned every once in a while too. So it's all right. Bet of 900. We'll see if Bart starts to mosey away from this one on this particular kind of board.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision for Bart. You would just expect to have you would expect Fred to just have like so many just like random pairs here though. It's tough to continue with the ace king. And Bart does lay it down.
Alan in the chat saying it took a lot of work automating, making it though. Should publish tools for people to make their own. Yeah, that'll probably be the next brilliant technological innovation. Is can you find some way to automate some of those processes, the graphics and all that kind of shit? Or wait, because I remember when Wes was we first had Wes on, and like all of his graphics were so detailed that I think he was saying like for every minute of the vlog that he made, it took like 1 hour. And I think that's being optimistic on some level. Okay. Nick from Neeme, did you see Taco Fall get dunked on recently? Yeah, my boy Jake Lehman from your Minnesota Timberwolves giving it to Taco Fall so they can finish second to last in the West. Or third, I think, right behind OKC and Houston. So I did see that dunk. That was pretty cool. We were talking about the play-in tournament in the NBA before, but I know not all the chat pros love basketball chat, so we might have to keep the kibosh on that. All right, Queen 5-10. Victorious, says I really did like Wes Cutshall. I hope he is coming back. He did return to live poker on a stream that I think, and this seems to be happening to this particular stream, keeps erroring and going down. So I hope we get a Wes Cutshall appearance too. All right, Shane Sennett. Please consider donating to the Send Nick from Yuma WSOP Fund campaign organized by E. McKenzie. Let's get Nick to Vegas. Nick is kind of balking on that right now, but out of respect and humility, apparently. We've got a PLO bomb pot while we've been rambling on.
Yeah,
I won't get back to...
It's building up a little bit. And it looks like we have one person with the nuts here. Sean has the nuts. And no one else has any other draws that doesn't... Okay, I take that back. Well, Sean has the only other draw, and it's a club, and he already has the nuts. So this is going to be most likely a bet in 3 folds.
Yeah, that's seemingly lined up as...
I just want to say real quick, someone said in chat, let me see the exact comment. They said Bart is playing way too nit to be GTO. And the thing is, in a 10-handed game like this with no ante, and I touched on it a little bit earlier, I would imagine that Bart hasn't played a single hand pre-flop that hasn't been GTO. I think he's probably played close to perfect, if not perfect, in a GTO sense. So it's just kind of how it goes in these 10-handed games. I think when you see a lot of action, it's people that are willing to play outside of GTO and they're willing to push the action a little bit. And Bart, for example, has a training site. He needs to show that he can play, close to perfect poker. So he's going to be playing he's going to be basically playing off, like, in his mind, what he perceives like a chart to be in every single situation. So, yeah, you're just not going to see him being out of line that often, just because, yeah, he's just got like, other interests to worry about. But, yeah, I don't think he's playing too tight. I think he's probably playing close to perfect.
Yeah, I think he's made pretty sound decisions here for the most part with what the dynamics are the way they are. So, I mean, I have no qualms about anything I've seen. Hey, our boy Steam Dola, Matt Clufetto's here in the chat, legend. Started asking where Oklahoma is. Well, he's moved on to other things, decided that poker was maybe getting a little too toxic, and decided, like, you know what, I can do other stuff. So E here with the J-win hand, the 4-3 suited.
That's the J win?
That is the J1. I don't know if I think it was suited. It seems more likely to be suited than the unsuited variety. So shout out to our boy J1. We'll flop bottom pair Fred Flintstone with 9s and the 9 of hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He decides to bet here. Can't really blame him.
It is going to be a bet, a C-bet, and a call here by Fred as we'll roll off here to the turn. Ace. Maybe he decides he wants to get splashy here in the spot with this particular card and the opponent calling behind him. But
Yeah, it's just like a kind of a touchy situation. I mean, the pot's already pretty big. The one thing that's good about E's hand is you would prefer to have something like bottom pair in spots like this where you're bluffing, just to take away a couple more value hands from your opponent. And he is going to rep the ace here. I would imagine Fred's going to call one more time. Oh, and he does fold. Okay. So, yeah, he does get the better hand to fold, so well played from me.
Steven saying, folks often complain about there not being enough poker strategy talk on stream and then bag Hanson when he plays quite well. Yeah, we have like I feel like a chat schizophrenia where like I get accused of not talking about poker because if I don't spend every single minute of 4 hours talking about that specific hand, it's all of a sudden you're not talking about poker. So it's just like, okay, sometimes you can't win and some people are losers. So, but yeah. Bart kind of makes for an interesting target here for chat pros, and he's pretty thick-skinned. That I've never seen him look like ever very bothered by it, which is quality I kind of wish I had to a degree, but years of the original Live at the Bike trolls probably helped contribute to that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've been critiqued quite a bit on stream. I can say that it literally doesn't bother me at all.
Right. Well, because you got money sit there. You got FU money to sit there and kind of go, okay, you want to play heads up, then you want to talk shit. You know?
That's all. Yeah, that's like typical my response to a lot of things. Just like, hey, you want to bet? And then typically they go away. But yeah, I think if you're willing to like put yourself at all like on these poker, if you're putting yourself out there at all on these poker streams, I mean, you have to be willing to like take like criticism and some nasty or mean comments. Like it just comes with the territory.
It is an absolute fact. Alec Torelli said, Chips Mike, the mullet dude from Westlake that plays for Baylor is the GOAT. He needs to be in the NBA just to tilt the other team. Yeah, Matthew Meyer, the guy from Baylor, won the national championship. I saw him in high school. They're the great Westlake team that had like Brock Cunningham, and they had a couple other dudes that were going to be college players and maybe potentially in the NBA. That's a cool mention, but he's no Westlake Matt, though. Nobody's quite the GOAT like or the artist formerly known as Westlake. We call him Westgate now. Alex Troy, what happened to the guy that kept wanting to play Chaz heads up? He used to comment on every archive. Probably, yeah. I can't even remember. Sometimes I go back in the comments and then I regret it. And sometimes I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I scrolled through this. Victoria, I saw Ken L run a bluff. I dealt it. I was a witness. He didn't show, but he tipped me $3 in tip chips. So yeah, it was a bluff. Jesus, that's like $2 more than I ever get out of Ken. All right, it's like a raise up here by Sparks. Sean here with a call. Top pair. We got Sean completely whiffing on this, but no, I kid. I'm trying to keep up all the trolls and chat pros. Go ahead and keep hitting that like button for us. Let's try to get over the 500 mark within the next half hour. Ethan, this lineup is stacked. It is a really great lineup, and it's a little more swimming room without Chaz out there in the field terrorizing everybody. So I think all of these guys are thankful that you might be able to take shots at him from here in the commentary booth rather than on the felt and needle them directly. Chase, 7-deuce time. Let's go.
This is the only hand he ever raises, so we will definitely be seeing a raise. Yeah, pretty interesting decision between just flatting and raising there.
Yeah, no kidding. That's Bones also going to come along with pocket fives and
Yeah, we could end up seeing a lot of people going to this flop. We already have 3 callers. Yeah, so we're going to see this 4 ways with some pretty different hands. So could be an interesting one.
Ethan says my favorite Chaz play, the Big Daddy Squeeze. What a science! Yeah, he's got beakers and everything.
Don't give it away,
and
Ethan.
calculators there to find the ideal squeeze range. Is E here with the best of it? Aces and kings. Getting the 7-deuce bounty on, so that does pair up Chase, which after getting checked through Flintstone with a Broadway draw.
Yeah, and E's got a pretty big hand here. And Chase actually goes for it. I actually kind of like the sizing in a weird way. He gets 450 if everyone folds, and then also he gets the pot. So he's got a bunch of added equities for betting $200 here. He only has to work like 10% of the time. So and he may have the best hand with the 7. So, but yeah, obviously E has a very strong hand here. He's not going anywhere.
There's a 9 on the end, so Chase will give up on this, and now E is going to be like, oh, okay.
Chase checked and kind of gave away the strength of his hand. I don't know if you saw. But I'm pretty sure E picked up on it.
Yeah, Chase kind of giggling here a little bit, too, because it's like, maybe I'll get the showdown and the 7 will be good.
Yeah,
no,
and
it's not
E
gonna
knows
be.
exactly where he's at, and we'll see if Chase ends up paying him off. Oh, and he does pay him off. Wow. Yeah, so, yeah, Chase gave away a little bit of information there that allowed E to value bet, and he gets paid off.
Wow. All right, Sean, our big stack here, in our 510 now, 510 25 50 100 edition, I guess. Streaming 6 nights a week. Make sure to click subscribe. Join us for the action tomorrow night at TCH Dallas, where I'm sure it'll be absolutely insane. But you know, it's like, again, all the nights of the week give you different glimpses into the poker world and different personalities to listen to, whether it's our boy Aaron for the 2-5 game on a Thursday night, which if you do want to be on the list for that TCH live list at texascardhouse.com is the email, or text 512-843-1971. If you're a local player in Austin, you know, try about a week to get the word up here to Carolyn that you want to play in that game. If you're from out of town, I mean, a month notice is ideal. And then we can kind of get you on the radar as far as to get into these big games. So
We have a $200 straddle on this hand.
oh boy,
Saw a queen 9 suited fold on the button. I think I probably would have raised that one up. That's me.
it's such a pretty hand, and
Yeah, it's a pretty hand in position. But as it is, pretty weak hand so far. And it looks like Chase is going to get a walk here with the $200 straddle.
yeah, we've seen him put on some monstrous straddle sizes too in the past and get walks from. So nobody wanted to continue. We are raising money again for the Bob Woodruff Foundation from Ted. There should be Todd on the table. Very close, Morris. But you can go to tch.atx to get the link as to how you can make a contribution and a donation. It is mentioned here in the chat, as we'll see if we've got. And on the phone, you're able to see how much has been tallied in the donation so far. So I'm going to go check that out. But all right, damn it, I had a phone and now I lost it. There it is, buried beneath the queso and chips here, Chaz. This is getting cold because the action has been way too good to turn away from.
Yep. It's all good. We're almost done now.
You're never done, Chaz. There's always another stream, as I've learned for the last year. Like, there's always another one to go to. All right, 8s with the 8 of spades. Shout out our boy Steam Dola. What's up, son? And Pierre must learn the secrets of the Steam team. is going to put in the 3-bet with pocket ace, eights.
Yeah, kind of on the fringe between if you want to be flatting or 3-betting with this hand. Pierre decides to make it a 3-bet. And Fred's in position here, getting a decent price. Would not be surprised to see a call. They're still pretty deep. And he does call.
Somebody asking here in the chat. I'll answer that in a sec. So that 3-bet, 925 call. Here we go. Flop us. Let's try to see if we can get any look of facial recognition of stoic Fred Flintstone. It is going to be Pierre with the first act.
Oh, Pierre broke him. You see that?
Yeah.
Oh. They both completely broken.
Oh, okay. So we're gathering the pot here. I see what's going on.
And here we go.
Here we go.
Oh!
No! You gotta be kidding me! Are you serious right now?
Oh,
Flop
no.
to straight versus bottom set. Get your freaking popcorn ready.
This is going to be a huge pot. Wow, and Pierre just checks. And Fred obviously has to bet here.
He's rainbow board here too. So
wow.
And then Pierre, if you're Pierre in this spot, like what are you pinging like Fred's hand range at, and do you even care? Do you account for 10-jack and all of this? It is just.
Well, for sure, you know Fred has some Jack-10, and you know Fred smashes this flop a lot of time with his raise call range. But wow, I mean, this is just going to be a massive pot. Another check from Pierre, and I like Pierre's decision to play the hand the way that he is. Obviously, Fred has a massive hand here. But, wow, let's see what sizing Fred goes with. It's going to be really hard for all the chips not to get in the middle at some point. Pierre could just shove over this bet. And he bets less than half pot. Interesting decision. I think Pierre probably should raise here because you don't want, like, some action-killing river cards to come into play that don't let you get value. Obviously, we know that Fred has these stone-cold nuts here. But if you're in Pierre's shoes, you need to be thinking about what gets me the most money. And that's what's going through his mind right now. He's not thinking about, am I beat? He's thinking about value. And this is just a sick spot for Pierre.
Steven takes a hard for Pierre to pile much money in on this flop with his range. But that one's kind of
Steven has the right thought process. Yeah,
I mean,
it looks like he is raising. He may be all in.
What could he think he has? Like overpair?
I think he
sets?
did go all in. He did go all in.
Oh, yeah, he goes
and a snap call from Fred. Wow.
We're going to get it once, twice here on the River Pierre with
almost a $20,000 pot. And a blank on the river. They ran it once.
No, but
wow.
Pierre is going to have to hand all those chips over to Fred Flintstone.
Unbelievable.
His wife Wilma elated at this point. They may finally get out of their cave.
Pierre eliminated.
We are. I think we're in tournament mode. Ouch. So here it's we will re-enter him on into the cash game, but I think we had nonetheless a 9.6K pot here. Cooler of the night, Yeti cooler of the night for sure.
What a hand! That was unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that is what we all come here for sick gross beats and coolers, monster pots, all for you here on TCH Live. The Yeti says Steamed Ola.
By the way, I love Pierre, but that eliminated is just hilarious.
Yeah, that might sting a little bit. Having the tournament tracker software on there.
That's just brutal.
Yes. I guess we're gonna have to put on one side of it.
Finish him.
I've not seen the new Mortal Kombat yet. Have you seen it? Somebody had told me is like, if you don't have high expectations, you will like it. But if you expect way too much, you might be left wanting. So there's a ton of movies I got to catch up on, but. Always here playing the hits. As Bone's going to open here with some Judys, some J.J. Reddicks, some J.J. Bareas, some J.J. Walkers. I don't like some Juggalos, Jiggities,
Wow.
Johns. I don't know. Whatever your desires. Jokers.
What a pot.
That was pretty insane. Make for a hell of a highlight reel this week, it looks like.
And it looked like Fred maybe had a little bit less chips than it initially said that he had, so it was about a 15K pot. But still, just wow, what a crazy hand. Oh, Pierre had a little bit less. Okay, that's what it was. And look at this. E picks up aces in the straddle.
What? Oh, no.
And 3-bets Bones. Wow, and obviously Bones is going to be continuing here. This is just going to be a call, but this is turning out to be a very interesting hand.
Bones now here with a decision pre. We'll put the plaque out and make the call as
Will
Bones
we
versus
see
E.
another eliminated tag?
Another up, boy.
Aces in the
Shoot
straddle.
on
what a dream.
up.
Interesting. It's actually kind of interesting what sizing he goes with here. I think that the standard is about 1/3. We'll see what he decides on. And I think if he does go one, and he goes exactly 1/3. I think in Bones' shoes, you need to call one street here, but you're really not liking it at all. I mean, we'll see what happens on the turn. Obviously, Bones is just like praying that he hits a jack. Yeah, and that's just gonna basically end the hand. Bones won't put another penny in, but wow. Aces versus jacks, the very next hand. That's crazy. I wonder if E could check here. He's not going to get Bones to put any money in on the turn, and he could just kind of hope that and pray that Bones hits some miracle river card that improves Bones' hand. But we'll see. I think he is going to go for it here and bet again. And Bones just going to fold pretty quickly.
No.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting decision there between check and bet, especially just like turning the nuts there. Your opponent is just like, what can they really be calling with there? I can't really think of a hand really.
Yeah.
Especially because the E has the ace of hearts. It's really tough for Bones to ever have a hand there he can continue with. I think maybe checking's a little bit better, but we can't blame E for going for some value there.
Not at all. Sorry, 434 likes. Let's pound that way all the way up to 500 with our 1,400 plus live viewers. Keep getting the good word of TCH Live. Jimmy Bluffett, me and Nick and Racer Nerd are coming to town. Oh, boy. Victorious is going to get a soundbite of Chaz's laugh. We'll get that with Lottie's laugh. I have to go back and try to record that one.
I wanted to laugh when I read that comment, but I felt like it would have felt super just like
inappropriate.
Fake.
Yeah.
So
I don't laugh a ton, but when you do get me to laugh, that's when you know you've done something special. So shout out to any of our chat pros that do occasionally make us giggle, because it is appreciated. Nice little endorphin rush. As raise up here by Fred Flintstone. Yep, there you go. There you got it. You got your obligatory Fred Flintstone soundbite.
Looks like Chase is thinking of doing something here with the 9-8 offsuit.
He's thinking about folding, I guess. But you're right. He was thinking. And it is going to be Bones defending the $100 straddle with a call. Queen 10 of
real standard
diamonds.
spot there. Just a call and see what happens here on the flop.
All right, Moose Duty here in the chat. What's going on? Maritime Law. Let's get our flop here as... And both players pair, but...
Yeah, this is a flop that should go check, bet, call, and it looks like it does. And there's some very interesting turns, and that's one of them. It'd be interesting to see if Fred checks back here, and he does. And a deuce river. It's hard to see a scenario where much money goes in, if any. Bones is most likely going to check here. But Fred's probably going to bet, and Bones is probably just going to have to fold. But we'll see.
Victoria Cat.
Fred goes pretty small here, just slightly less than half. I mean, Bones knows that Fred, he has the highest VPIP at the table, so he can have a pretty wide range of hands. It's pretty tough to come up with something that he can beat, though. Oh, and he is reaching for chips. Look at this. It looks like a bluff raise from Bones.
Oh,
And
no.
look at this.
Backdoor
actually a-
spades come in, a straight draw. I mean, does he maybe feel like...
Yeah, it's an interesting line. We'll see. I'm kind of interested. I would be interested to hear from Bones kind of what he's repping here. It's kind of tough to think of something. I guess he can have some deuces. He has like the 2 combos of ace deuce suited that he would be calling, once on the flop, so he can have those. He would maybe be doing this with hands like king jack, king 10. He probably doesn't have any sets here. I would assume not. Maybe once in a blue moon have 10s. But this queen 10 has some decent blockers, so it makes sense on that level to be turning this into a bluff. And Fred is obviously, he's not very happy about the situation. This could end up working.
Difficult decision here, especially when the check raise river is generally so strong that, again, a play you don't see very often. You get it occasionally once in a while, but...
Yeah, and one thing about Fred's hand here is he is close to top of range. So typically when you're near top of range like this, and he looks like he's
thinking about
he
the
might be
fold.
folding. He
Wow,
folded.
Bones!
Great play by Bones, and he shows it. Oh, just rubs it in.
It's just...
And Fred does not like that.
Oh, absolutely awesome as the old check raise on the river with the backdoor flush draw coming on in, paying off for Bones.
A great play by Bones. Very well played.
And we'll carry on here on a TCH. Like, fantastic play there on the end. It does not get much better than that. We've had a great game here tonight. The straddles have been pretty active. Many of our fine chat pros contributing, making us laugh. And we got Big Daddy Chaz here in the commentary chair. No better way to spend the money than with TCH Live. So,
And I will say with Bones' hand there, that's why blockers are important. It's nice to have the 10 there, blocking some good 2 pairs, even blocking pocket 10s. Having the queen, blocking straights. It's a nice hand to put into a check-raise bluffing range. And that's exactly what Bones was thinking about when he made that decision. And Fred, he got Fred to fold near the top of his range. Those check raises on the river always look super strong. And just very well played there from Bones.
Gary K. Chaz, will you be in the booth in the future? I imagine we could probably get you to mosey on it at some point, but
Next time we're in here, we're drinking.
we're gonna find a night where, like, I don't have anything to do the following day. I can get a ride home. Hey, my lady friend could come pick me up, but I am going to make sure we do it responsibly so we can get absolutely shammered. I mean, I want to get like Bones level drunk and
man.
just probably get myself canceled. So. Let's see. So 3-bet here by Chase now, as he's not done a ton of 3-betting here. He's going to get called in between by Fred Flintstone, and now we got ace high clubs for Sean.
Wow.
Top pair for Fred Flintstone.
This is super interesting. Oh, where'd the king jack go? Okay, king jack folded.
Okay, never mind. It was not in the hand, so that was a mistake on our part. So it's just Chase and Sean, with Chase actually holding the advantage, but a lot of outs to defend, and that is one of them. So Chase officially drawing dead here in the spot.
Whoa, Chase.
Oh, Chase, no, don't do it.
Oh, my God. This is the second time that people have been bluffing into Sean when he had the nut flush. Another dream spot. Chase bets 2,000. Wow. And Sean, his only play is call here. You're never doing anything other than call. And wow, we'll see if Chase goes for this on the river. A complete blank. We'll see what Chase does here. Chase, been playing super snug tonight, has not gotten out of line. Will this be the time that he decides to ratchet up the pressure? It would obviously be extremely ill-timed. But there's 9K in the pot. He has 6,500 behind. If he goes for this, it's likely going to be an all-in.
Oh, no,
Oh,
Chase.
it's not an
Don't
all-in,
do
but it's a
it.
big bet.
Don't do it, Chase.
Oh, he says a bet.
Think of the children.
He bets 2,600. Wow. And obviously, at some point, we'll be seeing an all-in from Sean here. And Chase, unfortunately, just runs into it.
It's bad timing. Chase was looking to kind of pick his spots here, be a little bit more selective. And he just happened to run to the big stack. It just turned the nuts. So,
Wow. Chase, disgusted, immediately folds, yeah. Wow. Sean, wow, look at that. A huge pot. Out of nowhere. Turns the nut flush and gets paid.
Oh, boy, that is a tough way to have to lose a hand. But, Sean, is this the first time we've had him on? Because I can't recall. Yeah, I was going to say, first timer here to the stream. Every once in a while, somebody will pop up that are like, that guy hasn't been on. Or like, wait a second, that's a guy who's been here many a time. So,
And Mikey, this is why bluffing with blockers is important. Chase had no clubs in his hand there. It would be so much better if Mikey had a king of clubs or an ace of clubs in his hand there. At least block some of the flushes that Sean can have in that spot. Bluffing there with just 2 cards that are basically irrelevant. Not a great hand to choose as a bluff. But as it is, Sean gets paid off against Chase, who decides to kind of go with it and unfortunately just runs into the nuts.
I was going to do it.
So we're just done with phrasing, right? That's not a thing anymore?
All right. Time again, an Archer soundbite in there. Not a bad thing, but it's kind of low-hanging fruit because you just talk about the nuts often in poker. So I'm a child. That's sometimes my sense of humor. It's just, only so slightly sophisticated and mature. So Pierre with the raise up of the Queen-Jack suited. Chase done with folding time.
Chase will not go quietly into the night. Pierre picks up a nice hand here with the Queen-Jack suited. Chase just calls with the King-4 of clubs. Interesting. And Todd here has a decent hand with the Ace-9 of spades. Pierre doesn't know it, but he does not want spades. And Fred's got a pretty decent hand here he should be coming along with, and he does. So the action is really picking up here, Mikey.
Yeah,
We've seen
let's do
some
it.
huge pots here the
Come
last
on.
20 minutes or
I
so.
like how you're trying to get me excited here. For the 20 minutes of the show, we can do this. Oh, boy. A top 2 here for Ted.
Yep.
And nada for much of anyone else.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like no one else really has a piece of this. And no one really has any. Yeah, it looks like Todd's actually just going to dunk out into this. And I don't blame him. There's a flush draw out there. He's going to get called by most aces, so he bets pretty small. But everyone's just going to fold here pretty quick.
That appears to be the case. All right, 448 likes. We can get over 500 here before the night is done. I know we have it in us. Smash that like button for us. Click subscribe. We are on the race now to 20K subscribers. Fine, awesome people. Victoria, a lot of people giving you some good compliments here. And Alec Torelli, who's a hardcore viewer of this show, says, you might even be a better commentator than player. And that's saying nothing against you. Oh, wait, let me say it verbatim so I don't take it out of context as maybe I lost it. But Tori giving us some nice marks. For sure, exceptional commentator. Hard to say which I like better. Watching player here into the booth. Kudos for a great stream. Excelente.
Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, you were like, I don't know if I'm ready for this. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, what is... But I appreciate your patience to be thinking you needed to be at a Herculean level to be like, dude, we've had so many people back here that it's like, okay, really? That's okay, but that's all right. Anytime you're ready, and we just had to be patient, and we are all cashing in on the wisdom and good humor of the Big Daddy.
Yeah, it was. This was a lot of fun. We'll for sure do it again. I really enjoy it.
Yeah, people, I don't know. There was also like, wow, I didn't know you were articulate, as if you sounded like Eric Cartman or something. Screw you guys, I'm Foreman.
Oh, look at this, Mikey. We have a hand going on. Fred
look
picks
at
up
this.
kings.
Woo!
Wow. Tony decides to 3-bet the Jack-7 of diamonds, also known as the Big D in San Antonio.
Really?
That's the San Antonio hand. The Jack-7 is the Big D. But as it is, Fred with 2 kings here. Interesting decision. We'll see if he decides to 4-bet. He should be, and he is reaching for chips, and it's a lot of chips. Wow. 2,700 it looks like. And this should just go fold pretty quick, unless Tony decides to get out of line. And he does fold.
Yeah, it's going to take it. Chaz gets so excited. Oh, yeah. It's great. It's great to have enthusiasm. That's #1 component here to this job. And I always try to keep that level up. But I'm getting to that point, Chaz. Once we get to June, after a year straight, like it's going to be like a vacation week at some point. So I'm always trying to bring the heat out for your boys and ladies and gents in the chat pros.
You say you're going on vacation in a couple weeks?
What's that?
You say you're going on vacation in a couple weeks?
I just need to take one at this point because it is. I have not seen my family. I've not really taken a vacation in the last year. It's just been straight sports broadcast, live stream, work, dog, home, repeat. So
well, you deserve
I'm really
it, buddy.
surprised I haven't gone berserk and just had a meltdown or what are the public freakouts or anything. We're just going to keep pounding the rock there, son. Keep getting after it. So take TCH Live to the moon. Carry on here on Monday night edition.
Bones opening it up here with the 8-7 suited. Look at this. Fred comes along with the 4-5 offsuit. Interesting decision.
Jedi Master Tech gone postal. That's what I was thinking. So 8-7 versus 5-4 and an open ender here for Bones.
Interesting. So we're going to see a C-bet here from Bones. And I would imagine Fred's going to call at least one street. Bones goes pretty small. So for sure, Fred's calling.
That is absolutely correct. 3-ball here on the turn. It's not going to change much of anything for both of these players, but
yeah, and I think Bones is going to C-bet here. I'm kind of interested to see what his sizing is going to be in this particular spot. I wonder if he goes somewhere around half pot or if he ups it a little bit. We'll see what he decides. It looks like 600, which would be just around half pot. He does go half pot. What's nice about downsizing here on your C-bets, on your barrels, is you can keep your value range really wide. He can be doing this with potentially some 9s, some 10s, some overpairs, all the sets. So it keeps it really wide. And interesting, yeah, a blank here on the river. Bones is, I don't think that there's a worse hand in his range here, so he most likely will be barreling this queen. One of the problems in Bones' spot is he just bluffed Fred and showed it to him, so he may be thinking that he's not going to get any credit if he barrels real big on the river.
yeah.
Now that we see the hands, we know that Fred only has a 5. Obviously, Bones doesn't know that he only has a 5, or he would be betting. But yeah, it would have worked. But yeah, just kind of that extra dynamic of actually just having shown Fred that bluff kind of discourages Bones from bluffing, even though I think he probably knows that he should be bluffing in that spot.
Boy, Carlo in the chat, don't forget his birthday meetup game on Thursday, 5:20, only on TCH Live with your boy Aaron McAvoy joining for commentary. So tune into that show, root for our good favorite chat pro Carlo, the TCH Live OG. Whether you're an OG or you're just finding us out here for the first time, make sure to click subscribe, smash that like button. We're almost over 500. You guys are doing great. All right, Chase here with a call, and see if anybody else wants to tag along here as well as Bart. actually going to limp in complete here with the queen 6 off. Now Sean most likely putting in a raise, and maybe Chase continues, but
Yeah, I think Sean's going to raise here, and I think Chase is going to call. That's going to be my prediction for what's about to happen. And obviously Bart's going to be folding. Yeah, and Chase calls real quick. Sean almost has $30,000 in his stack. Wow. He's played well, and he's also ran very well. That's a very good combo to have.
good way to make a debut here on the live stream. All right, Chase. Going to look him up. He is going to unflop him here with 5s and jacks.
Yeah, and I would imagine. Okay, Sean does decide to check. Wow, and Chase just shoves for 3K.
Woo.
Wow, almost 3x pot. And Sean's in a really interesting spot. Sean is probably thinking to himself, he's never doing this with a jack. He's thinking, does he really do this with a 5? And he's also thinking, I have no hearts in my hand. That's what he's looking at his hand at right now. So Sean, even though this is a huge overbet, Sean may end up making this call. This would be crazy.
This would be...
I would imagine we're going to be looking at this for a little bit of time here. He's going to really think about this.
Like, how many times is this just a stone unpaired bluff? And how many times is this a heart draw? Obviously, there's no straight draw combos to account for, but Chase will show him the 5-er and carry on.
And honestly, I think a lot of the time you're going to see that being some sort of semi-bluff. It really doesn't make much sense to do that with a jack, obviously. And the 5 is just super risky. So, yeah, really, I think that was a really interesting decision there for Sean. I'm surprised he didn't take a little bit more time to think about it. Even as it was, I didn't see the equities, but the equities were still really close. That's kind of another facet to that hand, is even if your opponent does have a 5, for example, ace-queen isn't that big of a dog in that situation. So, yeah, a really super interesting hand, actually.
John Davenport, crypto way down, gold, silver way up. Get it in spades. Not going to change soon. It looks like Peter Schiff has joined us here in the chat. If anybody knows who that is. That is a great reference. Peter Schiff has been shilling gold in the end of doom and gloom for the last decade. So anytime somebody starts talking about gold, I just immediately assume they're Peter Schiff. So, all right, Bone's going to raise up here in the cutoff to 350. Yeah, there's been a weird crypto kind of downswing, but I think it's going to be probably back on the up sooner or later. Bone's going to take this down unopposed. This should fire up our crypto chat pros, a different subsect of our chat pros that exist as the greatest financial minds in world history that congregate only in our chat on TCH Live. FDIC insured, certified. As we love you all. We appreciate you guys being here. Boy, we got about, wow, Jesus, but this actually flew by. Sometimes these things feel like they take a while, but Sean, the big winner here of the night, and
ooh, 13,000. That's a strong number.
Coin trades as I cover crypto on my channel. Awesome. I'll make sure to subscribe. That's it. The soundbite laugh we all need in our lives. It's kind of like the Tom Thibodeau laugh. Like when you ever hear that one, when the Tibbs laugh, when he just does that belly laugh, and when he was coaching the Bulls.
Yeah, it was a shock when they heard him laugh.
Ice, ice! You can hear him on the sideline just yelling at every pick and roll that's happening.
Ooh, and look at this one, Mikey.
There we
Here
go.
picks up jacks.
Jays.
See what sizing he goes with here. And it's is that 15? That's a very large 3-bet. Okay.
Yeah, that is, boy, chunky is the word we use often here, but that is. Is going to take it down right there, front and center. Shane, I trade in best bet coins. We've got Steam coins here, Chat Pro coins, Yuma coins, Dunks coins. There's all sorts of shit coins you can find here in our TCH wallet. But I'm heavily invested in Chat Pro coin because There's never going to be a shortage of experts that believe everything. All right. Alec Torelli is hitting chips. That C-back is thick. All right. Bluffing coins, the other new alternate crypto. Eugene, Chaz, and E in the booth with Mike next. I don't know if we've not done a three-man team. We probably have the microphones to try to do it at some point. It sounds like it would just be organized chaos.
Yeah, that'd be pretty tough to have 3 people in here, especially with the table audio also going on in the background. But it could be fun.
It could be. Aaron's Chains here on the defend with the old 7-6 offsuit as Bones opens middle position, ace-8 of spades. Does a check, and on over here to Bones as all right, Ethan Youngblood, let me see your W-2, chat pro accountants. If you have a subject or a matter, our live chat has got the solution here for you. As Bones going to make the bet and make the fold. As Torelli coins, all of a sudden there go 10K in value in just 1 second. Remember how Alex Torelli said, "You guys are the best." Who's giggling like a gremlin? Probably both of us here at this point.
Mostly me.
Yeah, you're more weighted on the laughs factor, but if it's Chaz baked for sure, lay off the pot there, bud. Well, what are you, Letterkenny or some shit? Lay off the chat there, bud. All right. 25-50 straddle here for the most part. I mean, like, there's a lot of people I enjoy. There's very few people that just totally make me giggle. So this feels like being a kid again. Bones for sure is probably the one guy that will always make me laugh in this. But all right, is Chase gonna complete? Gonna raise out of the straddle up to 400.
This will be a very spicy call here from Chase, but it looks like
kidding.
he's not ready to give up yet.
He's got the old Doyle. And he's going to flop the nut flush draw here for E. Chase with no part of it. And
yeah, and Chase should just be giving up here. And he does.
all right. That's not nice. Delete. Sometimes you have to moderate some of these chat comments yourself. Like, good God. Have a little
Multitasking there, Mikey.
Go back to your shanties. This is the old what was it? Shooter McGavin quote. Right. How many more hands, Carolyn, do you think we got? We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's a fair assumption.
3 more hands.
All right, so we've got at least another hour of hands coming up here. It's kind of like the NBA, kind of like the end of the NBA game. You're like, oh, 3 minutes left. This should take a good solid 2 hours. You know? Timeout, replay, timeout again.
We've actually got some hands here.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Chase is deciding what he wants to do. It looks like he's reaching for chips. What did Chase do? Okay, he 3-bet. And it's back on Sean. Wait, did he? Okay, yeah, he just raised. And yeah, Sean's just not deep enough here with Chase to be continuing, and he just has to fold. I think if Chase had, like the standard like 10, 12K behind, he can call there with that hand, but Chase just doesn't have enough chips for him to play with such a speculative hand like 6-4 suited.
Yeah. You might offend some of our chatters calling it speculative, but I think you might be accurate. All right. That's a primo hand. I just like Negreanu was doing that thing like the old school versus the new school videos. I kind of like that because he's kind of trying to demonstrate how he used to think. And then I don't know how useful it is, but I think it is at least an original concept. But as obligatory here on our channel, anytime I mention Daniel,
you need to understand that everything you do at the poker table conveys information.
I play that at least every time. So
one of the greatest poker sound bites of all time.
It really is, especially when you take consideration the parody was so much stronger than the original. As we got our V-pips, let's see who's holding down the Lottie line. Bart's above the Lottie line at 17%. Tony and Pierre are hugging it at 15%. But that seems deceptive because I felt like they played a lot of big pots here and big hands here tonight. But no.
Interesting.
Interesting. I see. So, okay. So we've got a more updated version of our VPIP statistics. So it's going to be much harder to cross that Lottie line in the future of 15%. And we'll see if how that manifests in future live streams.
Yeah, and kind of unfortunately, kind of a nondescript flop here. Obviously, Todd has top pair. Fred here has a gut shot. We could see one call from Fred. But actually, it's Sean here taking the initiative. He was the pre-flop aggressor, so he feels like he has a bit of a range advantage here with the ace of clubs and the jack of hearts. He has some decent backdoors, so unfortunately, it's not going to get through. And if that had been a club, we could have seen a pretty interesting, some interesting turn action. But as it is, looks like this will probably be checked through. I think, yeah, I mean, just in these multi-way pots, if you're Sean, where you don't have any equity, it's pretty tough to continue. So
4-ball on the end as Todd's still here with the best of it.
It's possible Fred could decide to turn his hand into a bluff here. He can credibly represent some aces and some slightly stronger hands than even aces. But he's going to check. It's back on Sean. He does have 10 high. But, yeah, he just can't really credibly rep anything after checking turn. And he just gives up.
There's Todd again at stand for Heroes of the Bob Woodruff Foundation. Trying to raise money here and raise $15,000 within 30 days. And also, I think that is coming from potentially anything you may get on the poker table. Jimmy Bluffin saying, I met D-Nags in the Bahamas at the PCA. It's changed a lot in the 5 years. Yeah, absolutely. I have no beef with Negreanu. I would kill to be able to just kind of bullshit and talk with a guy and meet him. So, but it is a very funny soundbite. That's
Twitter war with Mikey and Negreanu?
No, yeah, I'm sure he'd just be like, who are you? And that's all he would have to say. It's like, who are you again? Cute live stream, bud. Cute live stream there, bud. Yeah, that's no smack talk whatsoever, but it is one of my favorite sound bites, and we try to keep the soundboard active, but here we go.
Pierre's got a hand here.
Got a couple of ladies. For good measure, one for the road.
And I assume they all know it's the last hand of the stream, so maybe some of these guys in the blinds will kind of play some more speculative hands. We'll see if Chase does with Jack Deuce. Nope. Folded to Tony. Nope. And Fred.
The 3-4 is
I think he said,
one
I'm gonna
pink for
call.
500.
Yep.
Victoria, I'm not sure who's up on the list, but I'm sure if there was Apple going, I would fight to make sure we keep this live stream going. But I don't think that's going to happen, but might be in one of the 2-5 games. So we got Pierre betting as ladies.
And I think they're probably deep enough where Fred could profitably P1 off. We'll see if he decides to. And no, he decides not to.
Now is going to go ahead and just fold here in this spot, as we will see. The dealer is going to be the one to tell us when it is the fact last hand or not. So that was it, unfortunately. Queens win on the last hand of the stream. Chaz, this was amazing. I had a lot of fun with this, buddy.
Yeah, it was awesome, Mikey. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, we will hopefully catch you another time, but here for super producer Carolyn, I'm Mike Emma, the dude talking, and in the words of the great Mike Sexton, as we say often, may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters. Enjoy the rest of your week.
See y'all next time.